presentación de cada uno y de qué país. nombre, decir,
de ahora en adelante todo lo que se diga tiene que ser de nosotros. Porque ustedes están cerca, parece como que sí, que hay, pero realmente el que no hable del idioma que usted está hablando no lo va a poder escuchar, se va a hablar de lo que intérprete no lo puede escuchar. Entonces hay dos micrófonos, alguien tiene que, para tomar la palabra, tiene que ser siempre en el micrófono. Always speak into the microphone, I'm sorry, I mean. Always speak into the microphone because whatever you say and it's not said into the microphone will not be interpreted because we cannot hear you.
So is this an introduction? Yeah. Okay, hello everybody. I hope you can hear me. I'm Henry Wallus from Geological Survey of Finland, and I am the coordinator of EMODNet Geology. And that was shortly what I am. Thank you.
Gracias, buenos días. Edwin García Coco, director del Servicio Geológico Nacional de aquí de República Dominicana.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anu Kaskela from the Geological Survey of Finland and Deputy Coordinator of EMODNet Geology, and also presenting work package on seabed substrates here. Thank you.
Good morning. Miguel Peña, Presidential Advisor for the Dominican Republic President.
Buenos días, Juan Manuel Herrera, director de hidrocarburos del Servicio Geológico Colombiano.
Buenos días, Martín Rojas, trabajo en la Dirección de Geología y Minas en el Departamento de Investigación.
Hola, yo soy Luis Somoza, de Geología Marina del Instituto Geológico y Minero de España. Y con Teresa estamos aquí representados también como enlace con EMODNet.
Buenos días a todos, Sofía Mendoza, del Servicio Geológico Mexicano, subgerente de investigación.
Buenos días a todos. Bueno, yo pertenezco al Instituto Hondureño de Geología y Minas. Mi nombre es José La Sánchez. Actualmente pues, estoy en la unidad de minería artesanal y pequeña minería.
Buen día a todos. Carolina Maldonado, de Guatemala. Vengo en representación de la Sociedad Geológica de Guatemala. Trabajo en el Ministerio de Energía y Minas en el área de hidrocarburos.
Buenos días, Berenice Matías, del Servicio Geológico Nacional de aquí, República Dominicana, Departamento de Hidrogeología y Calidad de las Aguas. Bienvenidos.
Gracias. Buenos días a todos, Teresa Medialdea Cela del Instituto Geológico y Minero de España y soy también coordinadora del Grupo de Expertos de Geología Marina de ASMI. Muchas gracias.
Buenos días, Miguel Cabrera Castellano del Servicio Geológico de Cuba, geólogo marino y experto del Grupo de Geología Marina de la ASMI.
Buenos días, Australia Ramírez García, de Servicio Geológico Nacional, Departamento de Hidrogeología y Calidad de las Aguas. Bienvenidos todos.
Buenos días, ingeniero Jesús Rodríguez Reyes, encargado del Departamento de Recursos Geológicos y Mineros del Servicio Geológico Nacional. Al igual que la ingeniera Australia, quería también extenderle una cordial bienvenida a nuestro país y a nuestro Servicio Geológico Nacional.
Podemos empezar, yo creo, ya la reunión, ¿no? Bueno, en primer lugar quería darles Soy Teresa Medialdea Cela, como del Instituto Geológico y Minero de España y coordinadora del Grupo de Expertos de Geología Marina, y me gustaría darles la bienvenida a este meeting del proyecto EMODNet Geology en el Caribe. Me gustaría hacer una breve introducción del proyecto. El objetivo del proyecto EMODNet Geology es proporcionar datos geológicos marinos y es un programa que también tiene como objetivo la realización de cartografías geológicas marinas multiescala de todos los mares europeos. Es un proyecto en el que participan 30 servicios geológicos de la Unión Europea y con el tiempo este proyecto se ha ido consolidando. Es un proyecto que empezó hace aproximadamente una década y con el tiempo pues, se ha ido consolidando, aumentando la información que proporciona, las capas de información, realizando mapas a una escala cada vez más detallada. Y también, y lo que es importante para nosotros, es que ha ido aumentando la zona que cubre el proyecto. Entonces, en esta última fase del proyecto se ha incluido el Mar Caribe y esta es la razón por la que estamos aquí. Bueno, me gustaría como coordinadora del grupo de expertos de geología marina de ASMI dar las gracias a Henry Valius, que es del Servicio Geológico Finlandés, coordinador de este proyecto, y a Anu Kaskela, adjunta a Henry Valius, porque por abrir las puertas a una cooperación entre el proyecto EMODNet y los países del Caribe, ¿no? Creo que de esta cooperación puede resultar grandes beneficios para ambas partes. Nosotros, el proyecto EMODNet puede aportar una gran experiencia en cartografía, aporta también la forma de hacer estas cartografías, los formatos, los estándares, los vocabularios que se han desarrollado y al mismo tiempo yo creo que los países del Caribe pueden aportar nuevos conocimientos sobre la geología de los fondos marinos, que son muy diferentes de los que hay en Europa y por tanto puede enriquecer mucho el proyecto. Puede enriquecer mucho el proyecto EMODNet Geology. En esta reunión vamos a participar, además de Henry Valius y Anu Kaskela, del proyecto EMODNet Geology, en el que, por cierto, yo también participo, represento a España en el proyecto. Participan 9 países del Caribe, miembros del grupo de expertos de geología marina de ASMI. Participa República Dominicana, Cuba, México, Guatemala, Honduras, Costa Rica y Colombia. Para finalizar, quería dar las gracias al director del Servicio Geológico Nacional por la gran ayuda y a Vicente Gabaldón, secretario general de ASMI, porque sin ellos hubiera sido imposible que organizara esta reunión. Quería darles las gracias porque de verdad que ha sido estupendo vuestra colaboración. Y bueno, a continuación le voy a dar la palabra al asesor del presidente de la República Dominicana para temas para geología y minería, Miguel Peña, y a Edwin García para que nos den unas palabras de bienvenida. Bueno, muchas gracias. También les quiero decir que a continuación ya pasaremos a la presentación del proyecto. Muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí y espero que sea una reunión muy fructífera. Gracias a todos.
Bienvenidos en nombre del Gobierno de la República Dominicana y de nuestro país y, como no, también del Servicio Geológico Nacional y de todo el sector minero nacional y geológico. Les damos las más cordiales bienvenidas, deseándole que este encuentro sea un aporte no solamente para la zona oceanográfica, sino también para todos los que tenga en su relación con la geología y la geociencia. Para mí casi un recordatorio poder hoy compartir con ustedes, pues en los años 82 nos tocó en la Dirección General de Minería iniciar un departamento de servicios geológicos y en ese entonces justamente comenzamos un proyecto de oceanografía conjuntamente con el Servicio Geológico de Puerto Rico. Pudimos en aquel entonces incursionar hasta en enseñanza de buceo a los geólogos dominicanos para que pudieran incursionar en la plataforma marina. O sea que para mí es un momento de mucho recordatorio y mucho agrado poder compartir con ustedes. Bienvenidos y esperando que sea de éxito y contribuir con el mismo.
Sí, gracias. Bueno, ya yo dije que me llamaba Edwin García, director del Servicio Geológico Nacional, y quiero aprovechar para dar las gracias a la ingeniera Stephanie Camilo, encargada de planificación, que, bueno, que puso este salón, no estaba así, y ella se esmeró en cambiarle la cara para recibirlo. Ustedes lo están estrenando porque era más bien un lugar de trabajo de un servicio geológico, y bueno, pues ella le cambió y yo creo no había entrado, y me parece que fue de una manera muy positiva, y qué bueno que con este evento se está reinaugurando, diría yo, porque que le quedó bien. También quisiera saludar a los demás que ayudaron a organizar esto del Servicio Geológico, como es Julio Feli, también Ramsés, que es el encargado de lo que se le llaman las redes, y bueno, y en general a todo el personal del Servicio Geológico Dominicano. Para nosotros este evento, y darle la bienvenida a ustedes, es sumamente importante porque somos, como le llaman en las leyes del mar, somos un estado insular, e increíblemente como servicio geológico no tenemos personal calificado para la parte de oceanografía. Y diría yo que al final de este evento nos gustaría hacer algún tipo de evento posterior, de acuerdo con ustedes en España, que tienen mayor experiencia, con los amigos que nos visitan de Finlandia, porque en realidad, y quisiera ese acuerdo que fuera a nivel de isla, no solo de República Dominicana, porque los eventos oceanográficos que nos afectan a nosotros también afectan a la República Hermana de Haití. Entonces, por eso, desde que ustedes nos llamaron, vi una oportunidad de continuación y de que aprendamos todos. Y de cada uno de ustedes que podrían, qué sé yo, colaborar con un granito de arena para que el Servicio Geológico Nacional salga fortalecido en el futuro con este tipo de reunión. Entonces, bienvenidos todos, bienvenidos a los que están conectados vía internet. Y bueno, este es un país que está en el mismo trayecto del sol y que cualquier día llueve. Así que bienvenido.
Okay, hello, and I want to thank the Servicio Geológico Nacional for inviting us, and of course Edwin Garcia Coco. Very nice that we are invited here and have the chance to introduce EMODNet Geology and EMODNet in general for you, and we are trying to give a good presentation of what the program is about, and to maybe give the best possible view so that you can see the benefits of being involved in EMODNet. And what comes to marine geology, we are more than happy to try to help on an organizational level. EMODNet Geology as a program maybe doesn't give so much on that side, but what comes to marine geology and issues with that, we will be more than happy to on organizational level, on the survey level, we are happy to do what we can for your institutions here. Should I go on with my presentation?
Bueno, vamos a comenzar ya con la presentación del proyecto. En primer lugar, Henry Valius hará una presentación global de la historia y en qué consiste el proyecto. Y luego este proyecto está estructurado en paquetes de trabajo. Cada paquete de trabajo está dedicado a un tema general de cartografía, a mapas geológicos, a mapas de sedimentos del fondo. Y entonces, los coordinadores de cada paquete de trabajo harán luego presentaciones desde Europa de los diferentes paquetes de trabajo. Le doy la palabra a Henry Valius, que va a comenzar a presentar ahora el proyecto.
Thank you very much. I will give first an kind of an overview of the project of the EMODNet itself, and then about EMODNet Geology in general, and then the different work package leaders will tell about the specific work packages and what they are doing. So is the presentation on somewhere? First slide, please. Just a moment.
Bueno, tenemos que esperar, esto es en vivo, como decimos aquí, y bueno, hacer algunas conexiones para las presentaciones.
Yo le doy un Sí, es mejor que venga acá, por favor. ¿Está bien? No te preocupes. Right, this is okay.
Can you hear me? Yes, I guess so. Okay. The presentation is on Zoom now, is it? Yeah, very good. Okay. So yes, I'm Henry Valius, as you have heard. I'm the coordinator of EMODNet Geology, and I'll give this presentation on what we are doing. So what is EMODNet might be the first question. Well, EMODNet was actually established already 15 years ago in 2008 by the European Commission. The European Marine Observation and Data Network, that's what EMODNet means, is a long-term marine data initiative funded by the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. EMODNet connects a network of over 120 organizations supported by the EU's integrated maritime policy, who work together to aggregate ocean observations, process the data according to international standards, and make that information freely available as interoperable data layers and data products. EMODNet philosophy, we could say, it's that collect once and use many times. The philosophy of EMODNet benefits all marine data users, including policymakers, scientists, private industry, and the public. It saves cost for offshore operators while also opening new opportunities for innovation and growth. The aim of EMODNet is to increase productivity, in all tasks involving marine data to promote innovation and to reduce uncertainty about the behavior of the sea. This lowers the risk associated with private and public investments in the blue economy and facilitates more effective management and protection of the marine environment. Well, the EMODNet mission, that's simply to assemble scattered marine data into harmonized maps of the European seas, but now also extending to other sea areas. And I will tell you a little bit more about that during the presentation. So it's not just about EMODNet in the European waters anymore. So what do? We collect data from all European seas, and now, as you know, already in other areas, and assemble data products, mainly maps, which are made available on EMODNet Central Portal. A little bit about EMODNet design principles. The main point is collect data once and use it many times. Some 10-15 years ago, it was very typical that different institutions around Europe went out doing marine surveys, and many of those were overlapping. So the European Commission realized that hundreds of millions were used on overlapping surveys, and they wanted to do something about it, and that's why EMODNet actually was created. So EMODNet collects available data, only available data, harmonizes it, and makes it openly available to any users. EMODNet develops standards across and within disciplines, process and validate data at different levels, provide sustainable financing at an EU level in order to extract maximum value from the efforts of individual member states, build on existing efforts where data communities have already organized themselves, such as the network of European Geological Surveys, the Eurogeo surveys, which you might be aware of. Accompany data with statements on ownership, accuracy, and precision, which is of course important. Recognize that marine data is a public good and discourage cost recovery pricing from public bodies. And this has been very important for European Commission already for many, many years, that you are not allowed to take price for the money for the data that you have been collecting for public money. Here are some answers to some questions on EMODNet. Why EMODNet? Every year the EU, its member states invest a huge amount in marine observation and data collection. Most of the data ends up in different databases and systems scattered around Europe, and it's sometimes difficult to find, access, and assemble for your own use. So about benefits, there will be more productivity, avoid costs of I can't see the text. Anyway, you have a possible to get more innovation, but less uncertainty because of the standardized system of data, and this adds value to your own data when sharing with EMODNet. Allows your own data to be combined with data from others to generate better value-added products and information, and supports the global open data movement. Open data movement, that's very important. So who is EMODNet for? Well, for professionals on public sector, civil society, private sector, research community, but also for anyone. It's freely available for anybody who is interested in marine data. So EMODNet provides easy and free access to marine data, metadata, and data products and services spanning 7 broad disciplinary themes. which are obviously geology, which we are talking about here, but also seabed habitats, physics, chemistry, biology, human activities, and bathymetry. And that can be found on the central portal, which will be better explained later on by our data manager. But you can see here, if you go to the web page, you can see the different logs here, bathymetry, biology, chemistry, and so on. But I'll just show you, here's a screenshot, for example, of EMODNet bathymetry, biology, chemistry. These are just some screenshots on some of the data. There's a lot of data on all of these different teams on the EMODNet Central portal. So I encourage you to take a look at them and find quite interesting data on different topics. Human activities, physics, you will find physics data from all the way around the world, I can tell you. Seabed habitats, and those are the different themes. So who are we? Now talking about EMODNet Geology. We have a consortium of totally 40 organizations, mainly European geological surveys, where 31 are partners and 9 are subcontractors in the project. Project coordination is by Geological Survey of Finland, Geologian Tutkimuskeskus, which I and Anu over here, our deputy coordinator, are representing. A little bit about the history of EMODNet Geology project. 3 first phases collected data within the European seas. First phase was from July 2009 to July 2012. Second was from 2013 to 2016. And the third phase from 2017 to 2019. During the fourth phase, additional sea areas were included. First, the Caspian Sea in 2019, and later with a new contract in 2021, also the Caribbean Sea was included in the geographical scope of the project, and that's why we are here now, finally. And we are very glad for that, I have to say once again. And EMODNet Geology is now in the 5th contract and has recently, just a few weeks ago, been awarded a 24-month renewal of the contract. So the contract is now extended until September of 2025. But normally I want to talk about EMODNet program because it's going on from year to year, and it's just split into these projects because of the financing, because it has to be paid by the European Parliament, and that's why they are in projects. But the program is continuing from I'm sure it will continue for many years to come. EMODNet Geology is a European Commission Directorate General for Fisheries and Maritime Affairs, DG Mare we call it, project funded by the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, SINEA. They are the ones who are paying us the money for the project, but it's from the European Commission originally. So there's a picture of the sea areas covered by EMODNet Geology. As you can see, there are the European seas, there's the Caspian Sea, and also the Caribbean Sea. So since 2019, as I said, we have an extended geographical scope. First we had the Caspian Sea, and the first harmonized datasets from the Caspian Sea were released in September 2021. And later on, the Caribbean Sea was taken on board, so to say, and the data sourcing is still going on, but first data will be included in our products by September 2023. That's even in like 2 months from now, before the end of this contract phase. and it includes all waters of the Caribbean Sea. So that's where you kind of come in, and we hope that you see the benefits of this when it has been explained by me and all the work package leaders what we are doing, and at what might be the benefit for you to be included in this kind of EMODNet family, I would call it. So this is just a picture of the Caspian Sea, what it looked like in September 2019. We have maps, for example, on seabed substrates to the left, geomorphology, coastal migration, geological events and probabilities, could call it geohazards, and then we have the minerals. And perhaps in 2 years from now, we might have a similar map of the Caribbean Sea, and that would be really nice to see. So I hope that we will have a chance to continue here in this fantastic sea area on marine data. So a little bit about EMODNet Geology, the scope work divided in following these work packages. I'm not going to talk more about them because all the work packages will explain these more when they have their presentations. First, we have the seabed substrate, sedimentation rates, and erosion. That work package is led by our institution, the Geological Survey of Finland, and Anu will present that in a while. Then we have seafloor geology, you could say the bedrock or the seafloor, which is led by the German Geological Survey, VGR. Then we have coastal behavior, which is led by TNO from Netherlands. We have geological events and probabilities, which is led by ISPRA from Italy. We have the marine minerals, which work package is led by GSI, the survey from Ireland. And we have the submerged landscapes, which is led by British Geological Survey from the United Kingdom. And then maybe the most important work package is the data management and web portal and services, which is led by GEUS, the Danish Geological Survey, and Uffe from GEUS will finally tell you what the portal and the data services looks like in EMODNet Geology. Shortly, our consortium, there we have the 40 partners. You don't see who there are, but you can see that there are a lot of institutions, and all of them do a lot of work for the project. This is actually, you have heard everything about this, but it's a picture of our family, EMODNet Geology project in Montenegro a few years ago. So, kind of a summary, EMODNet in European seas and beyond. EMODNet Geology promotes the adoption of EMODNet standards globally, will include data and data products also from outside European seas. Caspian Sea has been included, Caribbean Sea is kind of included already. And we have been participating also worldwide. We have had a project with China, EMOD PACE project it was called, and that was done a couple of years ago. I think it ended a little bit more than 1 year ago. We had a cooperation with China and made several different products together with Chinese colleagues. And here are some pictures from that project. So we have kind of already started with that in the East, and now we are in the West, and we hope that this could be kind of a stepping stones towards South America and so on. So I think this is quite nice that we have a possibility to kind of have more institutions and scientists in the EMOD family. So our message is EMODNet Geology contributes to the sustainable use of marine resources and health of the sea for a better future. Thank you. Now, I think we might have a chance to just for one or two questions. So if there's somebody who wants to ask something, I can answer here. Otherwise, we will go further to the next presentation by Anu Kaskela on seabed substrates. But I'm open for questions if somebody wants to comment or ask something. Okay.
Sí, usted presentó dos mapas del Caribe. Uno que me parece que tenía los límites por donde ustedes plantean el proyecto y otro mapa general. A mí no me sigue quedando claro lo que abarca el proyecto específicamente con Cuba, que por la parte norte tiene relación, tiene límite con el Atlántico, tiene límite con el Canal de la Florida y tiene límite con el Golfo de México. Es decir, es los límites sensu estricto del Caribe o abarca también, podría abarcar esta parte, estos límites geográficos.
Thank you for the question. That was a very good question. Actually, yes. The fact is that according to our tender specifications, we should have data from the Caribbean Sea, but there is nothing that says that we can't have something from outside that. So, because also I know that also the other lots have some data from areas which are not exactly within the area which has been asked by the European Commission. So yes, it is possible to include also other data. Yes, that's possible.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Bueno, de los algunos de los estudios que se hicieron en la parte norte de Colombia, aunque pues no es una zona de movimientos telúricos muy fuertes, sí demuestran pendientes muy altas en los bordes continentales y la posibilidad de generar tsunamis por medio de colapsos de roca. ¿Mapas de riesgo, por ejemplo, están contemplados también en estos mapas de EMODNet? En este caso, riesgo de tsunami.
Okay. I'm sure, yes. This is maybe a question to my colleague Andrea Fiorentino from the Italian survey, but yes, it can be included. I can already say it, so I don't have to ask Andrea for that. So yes, it can be, yes. Thank you. Good question.
Sí, para fortalecer esa necesidad. Sí, una observación. Cuando vayamos a hacer una pregunta, yo creo que sí es positivo para las personas que están conectadas identificarnos. Edwin García, República Dominicana. Para fortalecer esa necesidad de mapas de vulnerabilidad, de peligrosidad, también aquí la República Dominicana, en su borde este, tiene la segunda fosa más profunda, la de Milwaukee, entre República Dominicana y Puerto Rico. Entonces, también puede un deslizamiento provocar un tsunami que en poco o en corto tiempo llegue a la costa este de nuestro país. Entonces, sí, también es fortaleciendo eso, la necesidad, yo diría, o el fortalecimiento de un mapa de vulnerabilidad.
Yes, definitely. That's also interesting, definitely. So, in that case, I think is Anu ready? Do you have your presentation here or? Oh, if it's, yeah, okay, then it's ready, I guess.
Yeah. Is it okay? Yes. Okay. Thank you. And it's also on Zoom at the moment. Yes. So ready to go. As Henry told, I'm Anu Kaskela from the Geological Survey of Finland, and I'm also the deputy coordinator of the EMODNet Geology, but I'm also presenting one of the work packages of the EMODNet Geology. It's called Work Package 3, Seabed Substrates, and it also includes sedimentation rates and seabed erosion. The work package has been led by Geological Survey of Finland since the beginning, and there is a team of geologists and experts included, including myself and Professor Arno Kotilainen, Susanna Kilman, and Ulla Alanen. And currently our work package includes 3 data products, that's seabed substrates on different scales, sedimentation rates, seabed erosion, and we also have a case study that is actually led by CFAS from the United Kingdom. And within this work package, national datasets have been harmonized into a shared EMODNet scheme that we have all been following. And work package leader has provided guidelines to partners that the partners will implement themselves. And we've been discussed prior these guidelines have been made and finalized. We've had several discussions with our partners to agree what's included with our deliverables. So I will present you the results and the process that we've been following within our work package, and I'll start with the seabed substrates. And what do we mean with seabed substrate? This is basically the uppermost layer of the sediment on the seafloor. So it's approximately 30 centimeters from the top of the surface down, and that was decided based on the crab samples. When you take a box core, that's approximately 30 centimeters. And why we are doing seabed substrate maps for the seafloor? It's because they are also used for habitat mapping purposes to see where certain species or organisms live, and they are dependent on the substrate. If there is a rocky seafloor, you have different habitat composition than on muddy areas. And here we are not collecting raw data itself. We are not collecting sonar studies or actual samples. We are collecting interpreted maps that our partners have produced. And we have harmonized those based on our schema. And here are the current data products that we have. We have map on very broad scale, 1 to 1 million or 5 million scale, 250,000 scale, 100 scale, and then we have this map that we call multi-scale that includes the more detailed maps that from the sea areas. And here we have a combination of the current maps. So we started with 1 to 1 million, and we've moved forward with more detailed maps. And within the current working area, the countries or partners have produced seabed substrate or sediment maps according to their national standards. So there haven't been any agreed mapping scheme in Europe for the seabed substrate mapping. And therefore, we have translated the national maps into EMODNet team. Based on our data sourcing, there has been over 30 different national classification schemes for grain sizes. So if you're collecting rocks or rock and bedrock on rock and boulders, how you divide the grain sizes and the substrates. And also the mapping strategies have varied. Some are very much based on samples, some are based on samples and acoustic data, and some have performed modeling based on samples and acoustics. So the mapping strategies also vary. And we have collected all the data that we have, and then we've looked for the surface of the seafloor down to 30 centimeters. And then we've classified that based on our EMODNet classification, that's modified fault classification. And here we have different systems. We have the more broad scale classification with 5 classes, that's mud to sand and coarse sediment sand, and we also have rock and boulders. And some partners, because of their national classification, they have more detailed substrate classification system, and then they can go to 7 categories or even to 16 categories. But at least we should have 5 categories in our substrate data products. And why we are following this modified fault classification, it's because of the habitat mapping, because this is what they need to be able to produce their habitat maps. So this work package is very much also on collaboration with seabed habitat mapping a lot. Here I have an example from Finland, how we've done the data harmonization or translation. We have our original detailed seabed sediment map that we've reclassified. These are the original categories we have, and then we've reclassified it to EMODNet scheme to modified folk. And we've also produced confidence information on the data because the data is so variable. And here we have looked for coverage of samples, coverage of acoustics, and how easily the class boundaries have been distinguished. So also the confidence level between the seabed substrate map depends and varies within the sea areas. We haven't just produced substrate classes, we also included metadata on the original substrate or sediment maps. And here I have an attribute table that's included in the actual data deliverable. Probably it's so small that you can't really see it, but it's mainly about the original substrate class, the method, how the data was produced, and also the reference to the original data. So, and also the contact information where you can get information on the original data. And this is what the output looks like. Here I have the combination of the data, and here is where you can see the coverage of the different scales. So we have full coverage on 1 to 1 million scale, but for more detailed you go, the darker the shade, and you can see that it's really scattered around. And if you're interested to have more information on seabed substrate, we have a publication, and you can find the details from there. And now we move on to sedimentation rates, and this is point data. We've been interested in modern sedimentation rates, centimeters per year, and they are estimates based on historical records of anthropogenic radionuclides and lead and stable lead isotopes and on annually laminated sediments. Currently, we have something like 1,600 points in our data archive. And we move on to seabed erosion, which is a brand new product that we were asked to deliver during this phase of the EMODNet Geology. We've had several workshops on the topic where we discussed with the partners what we are able to produce under the seabed erosion. And we found out that topic is really heterogeneous, so we are not able to produce anything harmonized at this point yet. So we started by gathering all the seabed erosion studies that we have from the project area, and we are producing an index map. And then we are going to also discuss how you're able to analyze this topic. So it's also, EMODNet is also about sharing experiences and knowledge, and it's not, it's very much a group work. But we haven't have anything published yet. We should have the output ready by this September. It's work in progress. Here we also have the metadata or the attribute table that we're going to have as included in our end deliverable. We also have a case study within our work package, and this is more on developing tools and models on the data we have. So as the first three seabed substrates, sedimentation rates and seabed erosion were about collecting available data, the case study is about developing tools and models for the seabed substrate or the uppermost layer of the seafloor. And we have, our partners have produced few articles on the topic. We've modeled a seabed substrate distribution for North Sea, and also now we are going to have a product for the Baltic Sea. And there is also a model for sedimentation rates in the Baltic Sea. And these are also tools that all partners can test themselves within their sea areas. I've also done a few years ago some analysis how our EMODNet seabed substrate data has been used. So I checked from Google Scholar how many references there were to our data, and I found out there were more than 100 references at the time. And the data had been used for different purposes. So it was not just for the habitat mapping of EMODNet. It was also used for aquaculture and planning and management, also for natural science and coastal projection, shipping. So there are many uses also outside the EMODNet consortium for our data, and it's really needed. And here are some examples on use cases. Infoma data supports offshore energy development and marine spatial planning in many areas. This example is from the Irish offshore area. And we've also done some seabed geodiversity studies to show how heterogeneous the seafloor area can be. Okay, that was all from me. So I don't know if we have time for questions or discussion, or should we have that later?
Sí, Miguel Cabrera Castellanos, de Cuba. Una pregunta que podía habérsela hecho anteriormente, ¿no? Hablamos de que los mapas es una fuente de compilación de toda la información, una manera de salvarla y hacerla común y hacerla pública. Pero a veces hay información que no se puede llevar a los mapas. La pregunta es, ¿los mapas además tienen una memoria explicativa?
I'm not sure what you mean with explanatory memory here. Yeah. Ah, you mean metadata?
Soy Teresa Medialdea del yes, complement that. Well, you explain, for example, in a geological map, you explain the evolution of the area, the geological evolution, the tectonics. But I think here this information is included in the attribute table.
It's within the attribute table. So we have within the seabed substrate map product that we have produced, we have an attribute table which has columns for certain information regarding the original data or the map. So we have also a reference field, and then we have an extra field for any comments that there are. And some partners have included the reports here, so which include this kind of explanatory data, description of the area. So it can be included, yes.
Okay, gracias.
Yeah.
Martín Rojas, Costa Rica. Sedimentation rates seems to be could be quite hard to measure. I mean, how do you measure that? And I suppose it's not in every area that can be done. So it's just about that.
Yes, well, basically, I just know the Baltic Sea case, and Henry can support me. He's more experienced on that, but we have a sample, sediment sample, and then we look historical record. We have the radionuclide in Finland, like the Chernobyl effect, and we're looking at the sediment, where we can find that and how much sediment we have on top of that. So we get sedimentation rate from there, at least from the Baltic Sea. Is that correct explanation?
Yes, this is Andrew Wallace. Yes, it's correct, and I should add that that's the sedimentation rate, which is from a dated year. So it's a composite. There might be erosion within, but you never know that. But that's the amount of sediment that you have got during that time period.
Yes.
Bueno, Juan Herrera, Servicio Geológico Colombiano. Como esta es una reunión en la cual los servicios geológicos estamos invitados a participar, quisiera también que estos mapas fueran un poco más geológicos, porque este mapa es más litológico, ¿sí? Entonces, que pudiésemos contemplar también en ellos mapas de deformación, ¿sí? Por ejemplo, los mapas de riesgos, así como tal vez lo advertí, y tasas de subsidencia, por ejemplo, ¿sí? Entonces, como estar trabajando en muchos más temas relacionados.
Yes, naturally we have different work packages. So this was mainly about the seabed substrate, that's the 30 centimeters. But we have another work package for geology, for bedrock geology. So we have many of these kind of cases included in there, I think. Yeah.
Coming back to the sedimentation rates, I mean, it could be an indication of uplifting costs or erosion rates in the continent. I mean, that would be one of the objectives.
Well, at the moment we have the sedimentation and seabed erosion included within our work packets. And there has been a lot of discussion about the seabed erosion as well, and how we're going to define it. So it's work in progress. But the sedimentation rate that we have at the moment, I believe it's more about the continuous sedimentation areas where we have continuous sedimentation. That's the idea.
May I add? This is Andrew Wallace. When we have, at least in the Baltic Sea, we have intentionally chosen typical sedimentation basins where sedimentation is continuous. So it's not actually perhaps very representative for the whole sea, but it's just for the sedimentation basis. But at least it gives some kind of an idea of how much sediment matter is accumulating on the seafloor.
Yes, indeed. When you're taking this kind of a sample for sedimentation rate, you choose the area to represent the sedimentation. So that's why. So it's not just randomly picked sample included in here.
Bueno, soy Luis Somoza de Geología Marina. La última discusión en EMODNet, la meeting EMODNet, se discutió mucho sobre la erosión en los océanos. Los océanos son por naturaleza de depósitos, no hay erosión. Son por naturaleza la mayoría. Entonces hay que buscar fenómenos, como hemos dicho, por ejemplo, los tsunamis, los huracanes, cuestiones que generen erosión. Esa erosión está generada por procesos externos, entonces esa erosión o por un deslizamiento. Entonces ese es el objetivo, buscar eventos que producen esa erosión. Por ejemplo, un tsunami genera erosión en la plataforma. Eso es un evento que erosiona importante. Un huracán también genera erosión. Un deslizamiento genera una erosión. Eso es lo que estamos buscando, efectos de la erosión. Discutimos mucho en la última reunión de EMODNet cómo buscar las tasas de erosión. Las corrientes marinas también generan erosión. hay esos procesos grandes que generan erosión. Pero hasta ahora no hemos llegado a un consenso sobre lo que es cómo generar la erosión, el proceso de erosión. En cuanto a sedimentación rates, bueno, en el norte tienen un parámetro que es la explosión, el catástrofe de Chernobyl, que hay una raza isotópica y a partir de una edad pueden calcular la sedimentación. Yo creo que aquí se pueden, por ejemplo, tomar otros datos de erosión. Pero precisamente en cuanto a erosión, creo que aquí hay que ampliar la zona de Caribe, por ejemplo, que son zonas de huracanes o zonas de tsunamis, que son muy importantes y intentar generar mapas donde hay erosión, porque esa erosión es la que va a repercutir en la costa. La erosión que se produce en el mar va a repercutir en las zonas costeras y es un evento peligroso.
Yes.
Gracias.
Yeah. Thank you. And to add to this, we've also had discussion on seabed features to include those to our data products, because now we are producing seabed substrate that's very much focused for habitat mapping purposes, and it's a map for the whole product area. But then we have these specific structures that are important for certain sea areas. Like for the Baltic, we have these glacial remarks, and Mediterranean, we have a shell seafloor, for instance, and probably you have something else in here that's important to distribute. So there has been discussion, and it's work in progress on producing this kind of extra information on seabed formations, or not formations, but seabed features that we consider important as a geologist. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Bueno, vamos a pasar ahora al siguiente paquete de trabajo, que es sobre geología. Está coordinado por el Servicio Geológico de Alemania y lo va a presentar Christine Nash, que es la coordinadora. Christine, cuando quieras puedes conectarte.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a moment. Yes. So, first of all, a cool greeting to the warm Caribbean, where you are just sitting here in Germany. It's rather coolish. We have 16 degrees, so I sent you some of the cool air over there, and I hope to get some cool air as well. Now I'm going to share my screen in order to show you information and results of what we did in Work Package 4, which may also answer some of the questions which just came up. So here we go. I'm not sure what you can see. Are you seeing it in the presentation mode or in the, in my mode, in another mode?
Christine, you are not in the presentation mode.
Okay. Maybe it takes a while because I am in the middle.
Now it's okay.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Well, my name is Christina Asch from the Federal Institute for Geosciences and Natural Resources in Germany. And I have the honor and pleasure to lead the Work Package 4, which is on seafloor geology, including the quaternary geology, the pre-quaternary geology, and also the geomorphology. I also represent the small team within BGR, my colleague Alexander Müller, who works with me on that work package, and of course, everybody included in the work package who is working with us. Well, what is Work Package 4 about? It is the seafloor geology and the geomorphology. Our aim is to compile and harmonize the European marine geology map data as detailed as possible. And as I already said, it's geology, of the pre-quaternary and the quaternary. It's about the geomorphology, which includes some of the features we just discussed, and general physiographic features. Our data sources and our compilation, it's based on what we receive from our partners all over Europe. And these are mainly our participating geological survey organizations, but we also use other sources from, for example, state geological surveys or universities or papers which we include. Those data are derived from many offshore geophysical surveys, for example, echo soundings or seismic profilers. These are derived from sampling, drilling or dredging. And we also include data from existing projects, such as from the Blue Habitats project from Geoscience Australia et al., which make a nice data compilation for general physiographic features all over the world, and the IGME 5000, which is the geology of Europe, and the IQUAME projects, which is the quaternary geology of Europe from BGR, the Commission of the Geological Map of the World, and INQUA. Well, if you have so many participants, Henry said it earlier, we have 40 members who are in this geology phase 5 project. You need to have a base for the harmonization in order to produce a coherent view of the geology and geomorphology. Thus, we are using an already existing standard from a directive from the European Union. It is called INSPIRE. It has 34 themes, but one of them is geology. And each of the governmental institutions is delivering to a central portal their information on the geology according to common standards. And these include vocabularies, and these include a data model. As you can see here is a simplified model of our simplified version of the data model of INSPIRE. And what we take out of here and what we are using is, on the one hand, the information, the description of the geological event, meaning the age and the stratigraphy of the rocks, the genesis subdivided into event environment and event process, the material, meaning the composition, in this case, the lithology, the faults, and there is also a feature on geomorphology, especially the natural geomorphological features that help us to compile our data because we need controlled vocabularies. Well, our controlled vocabularies consist of the INSPIRE geology data specifications, where the age stratigraphic chart of the IUGS went into. We also established an EMODNet Geology cross-work package vocabulary working group because those descriptions, especially also on geomorphology and faults and also quaternary features, are interlinked with each other, partly overlap each other and complement each other. So we develop together and compare and optimize our terms and definitions. And partly we developed also new code lists and vocabularies where those from the INSPIRE directive did not suffice. These include the simple ones of the general physiographic features, the marine geomorphological features, especially together with a European working group from the Quaternary Map of Europe project, together with our EMODNet people. Well, our themes and the controlled vocabularies are consisting of, as I said earlier, and so we are building our vocabularies from this, from the age defined by the older and the younger age of the units, by the lithology, and you can include 1 to 6 terms in that one, the environment of the genesis and the process of the genesis. For the faults, we include the fault type and optional also the age of the faults, which is a difficult thing. For the geomorphology, we include the natural geomorphological feature type. We took this from the INSPIRE directive, the geomorphological activity, landforms, physiographic features, and structural features. And many of those vocabularies were developed together with our EMODNet colleagues in our meetings. That was mainly before Corona. Well, and this is these are the results of what we are developing. Earlier, somebody was asking about geological features. Well, for the whole of Europe, we have been compiling the pre-quaternary geology. And here you can see two maps, the one of the lithology of the rocks and the other one of the age of the rocks, together with a legend that also can be seen on the portal that is developed and taken care of by Work Package 9. We have the quaternary lithology included in here, and also its age. And here we have the coverage of our general physiographic features subdivided by continental shelf, slope, and rise, ridges, and abyssal plains. The newest features that we have included after the many years BGR, and we are part of the project, we are very happy to are that, is the geomorphology. This includes line features, for example, plow marks or tunnel valleys or marine valleys, as you can see here. And I will show you a more detailed example in a minute. And this includes polygon features as well. For example, slide areas, moraine ridges here in the Baltic, current channels here on the coast of the Atlantic and the Iberian Peninsula, contour deposits, slide areas, and many more. We can go into detail later if you are interested in that one. Well, just to show you, you have seen in the overview how our lines look like, our line features. If you zoom in, you can see fantastic detail of the data we have received and included from our partners. From Iceland, for example, you can see that we have terminal moraine features here and plow marks from the glacial, from the icebergs on the seafloor. And also here in Norway, you have an immense amount of mapping done on the plow marks in the southwest of Norway in the Atlantic. The subdivision of our quaternary has been necessary for the portal to show our geological information into different scale ranges, because in the beginning of the project, it took ages until finally the very detailed information, partly very detailed information, could be seen on, in the internet on our portal. So we subdivided the quaternary geology into information greater, bigger, larger than 1 to 1 to 100,000, then 100,000 to 1/300,000 scale, 1 to 3,000, 1 to 300,000 scale to 1 to 1.5 million, and 1 to 0.5 million and less. Now we are, because of better techniques, combining those different layers again, so that when you're also coming to the portal and have a look in our quaternary data, you can see the whole picture again and faster than before. Well, we have defined with our colleagues prototype areas to achieve full harmonization across our political boundaries of the exclusive economic zones, because it is very difficult to use the same terms, but still achieve a geometric and also the same descriptions across our boundaries. Thus, we have the Irish-Scottish boundary prototype areas, the Southwest Europe prototype area, the Western Mediterranean Sea prototype area, the one from the Adriatic Sea, Western Baltic Sea and Finland, and Southern North Sea. And just to show you an example from what we are just working on in our Western Baltic Sea area, you see here, a triple corner part of the Baltic Sea from Germany, Denmark, and Poland. And you can see that even while using the same term dictionaries, the mapping has been different in each of the countries. For example, here you have a description of the Holocene. On the southern part of that boundary, you have sand, pebble, gravel size, sediment, cobble. Here up, it was described as the Upper Pleistocene, as Diamicton derived as ground moraine. And here again, you have Holocene, sand and gravel. And this kind of discussion between our three countries is taking place so that we can achieve full harmonization based on our term dictionaries. And this also takes place in our other prototype areas. Partly it has been done in the past, partly it is still ongoing. Well, we had also case studies from our colleagues working on the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. These were partly on the harmonization progress on methods, how to compile geomorphological map layers, either fully in a semi-automatic way, or how to compile those data. And we had another case study from the North Sea that was focused on the data harmonization in a part of the southern North Sea. These have been published in the EMODNet Jamboree. I think this was 2021 in the open conference. And yeah, that was very interesting, and it was fruitful to see that. Well, and here we come to the region where you are sitting at the moment. We are also compiling data and we are in the state of hunters and gatherers, really. We are looking for data from the Caribbean Sea, especially from the geomorphology, from the geology of the pre-quaternary and the quaternary. And what we found, and which we already have, is a very general scale map from the Commission of the Geological Map in the scale 1 to 35 million, which we already included in our work package layer. And I very much hope that this meeting over there in the warm, new, nice region now will also result in more detailed and more additional layers. Nevertheless, we also have found other data sources, which are the USGS map of the geology, oil and gas fields and geologic provinces of the Caribbean region, which give more structural information about the Caribbean. There is a structural map of the Caribbean from CGMW, which is rather fresh. The permission I have asked for and requested it, but the answer is still pending. And there is the ASGME metallogenic map of the Caribbean Sea, the proof of that. And also from here, we can derive some data and include it into the map. But I very much hope that we can work together and we can receive some more detailed data from you on the geology of the Caribbean. So, well, as also said earlier, we have outreach and conferences and workshops where we are showing our results. There is a Geological Society of London special issue where we have 3 8 where we have 8 EMODNet Geology contributions included, and Henry Valius, myself, and Hiroshi Kitazatos have been the editors, and yeah, that was a good thing to see it published and have the great articles. We had recently a poster session at EGU about mapping in extreme environments, offshore, ocean, deserts, ice, and planets, and we will have another session of that as well next year. Maybe some of you are going to take part. And we have the 150 years anniversary meeting of the German Geological Society, where not only me, but I think also Xavier also has an abstract and a talk there. Well, our time plan is pretty straightforward now. It's until, well, mid-August. Yeah, this year we are waiting for data still, of the last updates of data still for the geomorphology, the quaternary geology, also from the prototype areas, to provide them to you, Bjarni, to work package 9, to the EMODNet portal. Well, last but not least, this is my last slide. Many thanks for your attention, and thank you very much to the whole EMODNet community to provide our data and to work together with you. Thank you.
Any question? No? So, thank you very much, Christine.
Bueno, más que preguntas, aquí habéis visto un ejemplo que nos... soy Luis Somoza del Marine Geology de España. Habéis visto que de hacer un mapa geomorfológico en el Caribe es muy diferente del norte. Habéis visto que hay icebergs y marcas de hielo. En el Caribe no hay iceberg ni hielo. Entonces hay que adaptar el mapa geomorfológico, hay que adaptarlo al Caribe. No podemos tomar el mapa geomorfológico que se trae del norte, porque no hay, que yo sepa, no hay glaciares en el Caribe, ni lo he sabido hace tiempo. Entonces creo que es un ejemplo bueno de adaptación de un mapa geomorfológico a lo que es Caribe, porque habéis visto que hay unas muy detalladas, las marcas de iceberg en el fondo marino, que aquí no vamos a tener, pero pueden tener marcas de corales, geomorfología. Tenemos que adaptar ese mapa a lo que es Caribe, a la idiosincrasia de lo que es el Caribe, es un mapa geomorfológico. Entonces, como empezamos nosotros tuvimos, recuerda Christine, 3 días reunidos en París para ver las características geomorfológicas. Creo que sería bueno en un mapa geológico ver cuáles son los principales tipos para cartografiar, por ejemplo, ¿no? Que como dijimos, marcas de iceberg, o sea que adaptarlo al Caribe. Pero hemos visto muy claro el ejemplo, la diferencia que hay un mapa del norte de Europa a un mapa del Caribe. Pero tiene que ser adaptado. El geomorfológico no puede ser el mismo. Solo una puntualización.
Well, yeah, thank you. I remember those 3 days in Paris very well. We had very intense discussions and set up a huge term dictionary of more than 100 terms, which now are reduced to, I think we have now 89. And at that time, we didn't think about the Caribbean Sea, as you may know. So I think we will need, and I think you also pointed that out, to probably adapt also our term dictionaries to those requirements to describe the geomorphology of the Caribbean Sea. And I would be very happy if later, yeah, maybe in the next phase, but maybe we can still do this summer, that we are sitting together again and have a look at the requirements, what needs to be included. So it's a good point. We still have a lot of manifold terms that might be used. I think such thing as basin or yeah, surely nothing that has to do with glaciation, but also with with other features that can be used for the Caribbean, but probably there's something missing. Something like gullies surely will be also included, or yeah, certainly not moraine features. So what I'm looking forward is to continue the discussion and to add on those terms for the geomorphology. That's a real challenge. I look forward to that one. Thank you.
Sí, Miguel Cabrera, Servicio Geológico de Cuba. Sin tratar de resolver el problema ahora, ¿no? Porque realmente es un tema complejo. Sin embargo, yo pienso, y es la experiencia que tengo de nuestro territorio, es partir de un esquema general de tipos de relieve y formas del relieve. En cada lugar hay sus tipos y hay sus formas, y ya a partir de esos patrones se puede adaptar, resolver el problema precisar en cada tipo de territorio.
Nuevamente, yo creo que tenemos que hacer una reunión en París de 3 días, una reunión de 3 días en Santo Domingo, mejor, o en... Vale, porque como dice, tenemos que resolver el tema de la nomenclatura y resolver los principales elementos regionales que existen, porque eso es fundamental. Es decir, vamos a ver los elementos, subelementos y muy similar a la reunión de París, pero sin glaciares, más con Caribe.
What I would suggest, yeah, thank you. Well, apart from traveling to the Caribbean, which of course would be very nice, is that we are setting up a video conference with those of you who are experts in the geomorphology and or are interested in that one. Then I can introduce you into our term dictionaries. I can send it to you beforehand, and then we can see what kind of features are missing. I think maybe not too many, because we do have included a lot of terms, also structured those terms in also after the Paris meeting. But I really think the best thing is that after this meeting here, we are going to sit together online and discuss this. What do you think? Do you like that idea?
Christine, it would be sería una idea muy buena, Christine. Soy Teresa Medialdea.
Teresa, yeah. Very good. So I will note it in my action list. You know, I'm a friend of action lists. But what I need from you is that I need the email addresses of those to invite, especially, well, I have all the email addresses of the EMODNet projects, but not those colleagues in the Caribbean. So Teresa, could you perhaps kindly take care of this and make a list so that we can sit together online?
Por supuesto, Christine. Ya prepararé una lista con los correos y te los enviaré. Te los enviaré cuanto pueda.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti, Christine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think we have another question. Martín.
Yeah, Martín Rojas de Costa Rica.
Hello, Martín.
Hi. How much depth or area is contemplated in the quaternary and pre-quaternary geology? Is just restricted to the rise, slope, or continental shelf, or is beyond that?
Let me show you. I think this is the best answer. Just a moment. So let's start with that one. I don't share yet, do I? Sec. I will not quite sure what you can see, but let me Well, I hope you can see something, even if it's only the preview, because at the moment I'm not coming.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, so this is the pre-quaternary geology, Martin, and we have more data here than from the quaternary geology, because we could include the data of the International Geological Map of Europe and adjacent areas, which includes the marine geology as well. So we could close all the gaps that are there. If we are going now to the quaternary, this is a little different. Here we go. Because this is really the information that we received from our colleagues that take part in the countries. And you see, this is mainly the shelf and not really the oceanic regions that we have. There is also a quaternary map of Europe in the scale 1 to 2.5 million, but it only includes in a very general overview the quaternary geology. And in the end of the project, if we don't have received data from maybe some of our participants, we can at least include the lithology, which is very roughly displayed there, and the age, which then will be only quaternary. And for the geomorphology, I think, Martin, you also asked for that one. For the general physiographic features, this is actually the information that we received from our colleagues. So you see, it's more complete than the information from the geology, and it's still under construction. You know, that's not complete. We are still waiting for information to be included. And the same is the case when we are talking about the geomorphological features, which are much more discrete, much finer. In the end, if you combine the information of the general physiographic features plus the line features and the polygon features, you will have a very rather complete picture of the geomorphology of the oceans and of the European seas. And I hope maybe in a couple of years we will have something similar for the Caribbean, if possible. But first we have to adapt our vocabulary. I hope, Martin, that could answer your question. If not, please fire away.
I mean, that will be mainly the continental margin.
Yeah.
The Caribbean area, that is it's quite different or different scenario for.
Yeah. I can imagine. Okay. So probably it will be complete then.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias, Christine, por tu presentación y por tus explicaciones. Y,
muchas gracias again.
Y bueno, podemos pasar ahora ya al siguiente paquete de trabajo, que está dedicado a... Vamos a cambiar el orden de los paquetes de trabajo porque la persona que necesita hacer la presentación primero, no puede quedarse más tarde. Entonces, lo que vamos a presentar ahora es el paquete de trabajo número 6, que está dedicado a, digamos, vamos a resumirlo en riesgos geológicos. Se va a centrar está dedicado por ejemplo, se hacen mapas hay mapas de terremotos, se incluye la información de tsunamis, deslizamientos submarinos, volcanes. Creo que es un tema bastante interesante para el Caribe. La presentación, este paquete de trabajo está coordinado por el Servicio Geológico de Italia y lo va a presentar Andrea Fiorentino. Andrea, si te puedes ya conectar.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sí. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to let's see. Can you see my slides?
Sí.
Okay. So, hello to everybody. I apologize for not being able to stay longer because I am outside of my office on other duties and I cannot stay longer than a certain time. So I'm going to present this work package now. There is a group working with me at the Geological Survey of Italy, which is a department of ISPRA, which is the official name of the institute I work for, which is the Italian Institute for Protection and Research of for the Environment. So we are coordinating work package 6, which is, okay, work package 6, which is addressed at geological events and probabilities. And it gathers information, as Teresa was saying, on geological events, which altogether may represent a baseline to elaborate further studies addressed at geohazard assessment and may be useful for land planning and management as well. Information required in the tender on geological events and probabilities in the European regional seas were originally submarine landslides, earthquakes, and volcanic centers. However, after long discussion together with other partners and their feedback, we decided to include additional features, which are tsunamis, fluid emissions, and quaternary tectonics, because even though it is not strictly a geological event, it is actually connected to the events which take place. Elements characterizing each geological event have been identified in order to define attribute classes, which have then been organized in specific shapefiles, including polygons, lines, and points according to each event occurrences. And the table of contents has been elaborated, listing all of the attributes for each shapefile. As you might have understood up to now, each work package coordinator takes care of organizing the information and provide guidelines to all the partners in order to provide data already organized to be harmonized in the easiest possible way. So this is an example of the instruction that we provide to partners to build the attribute tables. There are all indications on how to create and compile the different fields of the attribute tables. And in any case, empty shapefile already organized according to the guidelines are provided to partners to help their compilation. So, well, concerning earthquakes, it was decided to rely on the EMSC web service, which is a web service for Europe that takes care of earthquakes, and they are obviously recorded from everywhere. However, the MSC website applies a strict automated protocol to select events. Consequently, not all of the events which are considered relevant by partners are included in that website. And finally, we decided to create an additional layer gathering earthquake data and add that to the layers in work package 6. Then there are also 2 layers regarding tsunamis, because one includes locations of events originating tsunamis, and another one includes the affected coasts, because in some cases it is not possible to identify the event which originated the tsunami. And this last layer has to be compiled only in case the source point of the tsunami is not known. This last layer is also structured as a point-shaped file instead of as a line-shaped file, as you might imagine for affected coasts, mainly for 2 reasons. Because in many cases, it is not possible to define the exact extension of the coast affected by a tsunami. And in case of multiple events, there would be an overlap of many lines on top of each other without providing information on the frequency of the tsunami hitting that coast. Whereas if you represent them by points, you can have many points on the same coast, which actually underline the affected coast, that it's affected many times by tsunamis. Also, even though we take care of submerged areas, in the end, we decided that feeders located across the coastline, particularly slides, volcanoes, and tsunamis origin, obviously, which might be located on land, have to be represented because otherwise you might lose the information on the whole extension of the event, especially for landslides that many. I have an echo coming back. So you might lose the information on the whole extent of the event. And it is important that the shapefile attribute table are structured exactly as specified in the table of contents of the guidelines, with all the details and all the structure and the way the fields are organized. And particularly, it is very important that the unique identifier code field is compiled, because this way we can identify all the deliveries provided by each partner and put them together and harmonize the data. Furthermore, it is also very important that all of the fields of the attribute table are those indicated in the guidelines, because otherwise information contained in any additional field which is not created according to the guidelines is lost during harmonization of data. It is suggested, wherever possible, to represent overlapping polygons chronologically from older to younger, starting from numbering them from 1, 2, 3 in chronological order. And this is true for subsequent landslides, as well as for volcanic deposits originated by several eruptions at different times. The activity of a volcanic area could be detailed by means of overlapping polygons, also showing individual cones of lava, cones or lava flows, as well as lines or points representing fissure vents, etc. And here is an example of the landslides represented. This is at the 250,000 scale all over the European seas. And it's a combination of polygon, points, and lines layers. This is what is displayed on the EMODNet portal. It is also important that each occurrence is complemented by its reference, because it is important that it is known which is the origin of the data reported in our layers. And therefore, all the details of the publication should be listed in the references, like title of publication, title of the journal, volume number, and so on. In case such details exceed the characters allowed to compile the attribute table, it is possible to save them in a different file and then create a link in that field. And this is to make it easier to compile also long lists of references, which was the case for many occurrences. Considering that products at different resolutions cannot be merged into unified layers, since they may result from completely different processes, data at lower resolution could be, because data lower resolution could be the result of expert interpretation, whereas more detailed data are mostly the outcome of direct acquisition. Products are subdivided into layers at 250K at 100K. And the latter includes data at higher resolution as well. Each partner is in charge of his own country data, which means that they have to collect the available information even from third parties, compile the shapefile according to the guidelines, and deliver them to the work package leader. One of the risks of this work is that not all events might be identified, for instance, submarine landslides, depending on the resolution of available information. However, it is important to distinguish areas of no occurrence from areas of no data. In order to provide this information, a geological event distribution shapefile has also been elaborated. Well, all of the layers in the EMODNet Geology should be complemented by information on the confidence of the data provided. However, for geological events, this is not easy since the data are scattered and it is difficult to produce maps concerning the degree of confidence. It can be assumed that all features reported have a 100% confidence degree, whereas blank areas do not necessarily correspond to no occurrence, since not all events might have been identified depending on the available information. On the other hand, blank areas cannot be considered either as areas of no data. Locally, there might be 100% confidence on no occurrence, but it is not possible to elaborate polygons defining homogeneous areas of confidence. Therefore, in order to provide basic information underlying each layer and to distinguish areas of no occurrences, a complementary shapefile representing an index map of all European seas was compiled together with the geological events layers. This is also connected to probabilities, and probabilities was not an easy task to tackle because generally probabilities are evaluated concerning single events, and it is difficult to create maps concerning probabilities for types of events. And in addition to that, different methods and parameters are considered to assess probabilities. So whatever information on probabilities is available for any occurrence would be appropriate, and references to publication concerning events probabilities, as well as links to websites providing such information is recommended, and we are trying to list them within the information accompanying the Work Package 6 layers. As it is not easy to evaluate probabilities for all of the different events we are gathering within Work Package 6, it was considered that in order to get indication on probabilities, it could be possible to evaluate the likelihood of occurrence of some events. We started from landslide, which was the case more suitable for such an attempt. And based on the data gathered by Work Package 6 and on EMODNet bathymetry, a landslide susceptibility map was elaborated, which can also be seen on the EMODNet portal. And this is a screenshot of the susceptibility map displayed on the portal. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm sorry also if the connection was not perfect. Okay.
¿Tenéis alguna pregunta?
Sí, sí, yo tengo una. Sofía Mendoza, del Servicio Geológico Mexicano. Gracias por la presentación. Mi pregunta realmente es una que quizá podamos dividir en dos. Es si utilizan algún software de simulación para este tema de la probabilidad. Y en el caso de que no, ¿cuál es el algoritmo de interpolación que utilizan para poder representar la última diapositiva que nos presentó?
Okay. Yes, thank you. Well, I didn't go into the detail of this work we've done. Actually, what we've done was to consider the EMODNet inventory of landslide in European seas as a base to start modeling. And we considered a few parameters from the bathymetry, like slope, and these kind of things. And the maxent model was applied, if you know what that is. It is based on maximum entropy. And so that was the process that that elaboration underwent. There is an explanation of how the map is created, which is contained in one of the publications produced for EMODNet. It is contained on a dedicated volume of to EMODNet Geology, which I don't know if it was mentioned before, I think. And anyway, if you go to the portal, there is the reference to that publication, or I can provide it if you want it, if you cannot find it, and where all the steps are described.
¿Alguna otra pregunta? Muchas gracias, Andrea, por tu presentación.
Well, thank you very much.
Bueno, a continuación vamos a tener un pequeño descanso para tomar un café y nos incorporaremos luego para seguir con los siguientes paquetes de trabajo. Muchas gracias.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Todo bien.
Todo bien por acá, bien.
Gracias.
Aquí a mucho de familia, Yo lo veo.
Ya está disponible el coffee break por si desean picar algo.
abrir sobre él? Yo le hacía esa misma pregunta, nosotros lo usamos para el huevo y me lo echan. No le daban otro uso.
Mira, aprovecho antes de empezar para deciros que cuando acabemos la reunión iremos a comer a un sitio aquí cerca que nos acompañarán, ¿vale? Y luego volveremos de vuelta aquí y cogeremos el autobús para volver al hotel, ¿vale? Y esta tarde a las 7:30 nos recogerá un autobús también en el hotel para ir a Oh, yes. It's just, solo es información para... esta tarde, a las 7:30 nos recogerán en el hotel para ir al restaurante El Conuco, donde nos va a invitar Henry Valius a cenar, ¿vale? Y luego desde allí cenaremos a las 10:30, me ha dicho Edwin que nos volverá a recoger un autobús y nos llevará otra vez de vuelta al hotel. Muchas gracias, Edwin, por todo. Todo perfecto. Bueno. Bueno, vamos a reanudar la reunión. Si estáis ya preparados. Vamos a comenzar ahora con el paquete de trabajo número 5, que corresponde al estudio y a los mapas relacionados con el comportamiento de la línea de costa, en el que se estudia pues, el tipo de costa y si la costa ha migrado o ha sido erosionada. Ahora lo veremos, nos lo va a explicar el coordinador de este paquete de trabajo, que es Sitze van Heteren, del Servicio Geológico de los Países Bajos. Sitze, cuando quieras puedes conectarte.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, Sitze.
So, good morning, everyone. I will start to share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Perfect, Sitze.
Perfect. Okay, great. Well, thanks very much, everyone, for being here. to listen to this overview of the different EMODNet Geology work packages. This short presentation will tell you something about work package 5 on coastal behavior. And I'm Sietse van Heteren. I'm representing TNO, the Geological Survey of the Netherlands. And other people equally active in this work package are Arjen Luijendijk and Etienne Kras. They're with Deltares. And Cherith Moses, and she's with Edge Hill University. So what we do in work package 5 is everything that's related to the very edge of the marine geology that we have as our main topic in EMODNet Geology. So the coast is really the rim that participates in moving landward, moving seaward, or being stable. So the different elements of the coast that we're looking at in EMODNet Geology are migration. Is it going landward? Is it going seaward? Or is it stable? We're also looking at coastal type. So are we looking at a rocky coast, at a semi-consolidated coast? So perhaps bluffs that consist of not rock, but material that is hard enough to form small cliffs. Are we looking at gravel, sand, mud, or at a human influence coast? Then we look at coastal vulnerability, and that is mainly a translation from geological, but also other attributes into what kind of risks we run as a coastal population and society, but also at raising the awareness of people living, working along the coast or near to the coast. And finally, we're looking at the coastal ribbon, and that is going inland a little bit, not too far, because EMODNet Geology is about the sea, but a little bit because the coastal ribbon is important to explain some of the changes we see on the land-sea interface. And the coastal ribbon, which we're just starting up, looks very much like what Christina told you earlier under work package 4. It is looking at lithology, age, vertical sequence, and perhaps also geomorphology. So now what we're producing under work package 5 is mainly these portal maps that you saw earlier, harmonized and on different scales. We have them for all the elements that I just talked about. But for example, when it comes to coastline migration, we look at different maps generated in different ways. So depending on what kind of information you use to look at coastline migration, you can make different maps with slightly different meanings. But for all of these topics, we are creating maps, and I'll show those in the next few slides. The first one is coastline migration based on field data. They're line attributes, so they cover most of the European coastline at the moment. And what we do is we produce them at different scales. So at the most zoomed in scale, you see polylines that cover the coast very nicely. But as we zoom out to maintain an informative view that explains what we see, is the coast stable or is it moving landward or seaward? We simplify these lines into dots, colored dots, that depending on the zoom level, cover the coastline very nicely. Now, what you see here is, for example, that in the north, there are large areas that are stable. Those are regions where you have cliffs and where sea level is not rising at the moment. So that explains what you see there. But you also see red areas here and those areas suffer from either coastal erosion or from passive submergence by the rising sea without erosion being present. Now, this is an important differentiation to make because, as you can see in the inset, where you see a landslide that just happened last week in Dorset in Great Britain, you can see that if you would analyze this in terms of erosion, then basically the shoreline indicator would move landward. You can see the edge of the cliff obviously takes out some of the meadows that you have on top. Luckily, not any houses, but definitely a coastal path. But when you look at the base of the cliff, you can see that the shoreline is actually moving seaward. Now, these patterns, when you observe them over time, will tell you something about the long-term behavior of these coastlines. So the dotted map you see here is a summary of a development over time, over several decades. But obviously, during time, this behavior can vary between landward and seaward migration. Importantly, we're doing that for Europe so far on the basis of mostly existing data that are polylines, expressed in polylines, and we harmonize those to make a full coverage pan-European map. But where polyline mapping isn't possible yet, in areas where you have long coasts but not many studies, and this is an example from EMODPACE, so our cooperation with Chinese partners. We make a summary of local third-party studies that we then make queryable on an interactive map on our portal. So you can see the red dots are individual studies, but it is not possible here to make a full coverage map of coastline change. This is really just local maps, which is the starting point to make a full coverage map in the course of time, of course. Now, there are different ways to look at the change of the coastline migration. One is with field studies, and this is something that we've done a lot in the past, especially at geological surveys. But we can nowadays also look at it with satellite images. And our partner Deltares has done this satellite analysis in first instance for the pan-European space. And what you see here is in the same color scheme, you see again seaward coastline change, coastline migration, and that is in red, landward coastline migration in green. And for example, you can see some southern European areas and the Caspian Sea, where you have I think I switched it around, but we have a seaward coastline change because the level of the Caspian Sea is dropping. So the coastline moves and makes the sea smaller. What is important is that, and you can see that here, that depending on the definition of the stable category, you will get a different type of map, a different colored map. The narrower you define the stable category, the smaller the yellow areas will be, and the larger the red and the green areas. And this is something obviously that is very important to think of when you try to make a map that is useful for decision makers, because they will not start to process your data as provided in an attribute table. They will look at the color of a map and they will say, okay, we have a problem or we don't have a problem. And that is something that is part of Work Package 5, to think of how to do this best. Now, next to coastline migration, we also have coastal type. And the importance of coastal type is that it is a part explanation of the coastline migration that you see. You know, some of the hard rocky cliffs that consist of basalt, for example, move very slowly because they're very resistant to erosion. But some cliffs that are formed in till, we talked about glacial stuff before, and here we do it again, are very vulnerable to waves and also to rain, and they destabilize and then go and slide into the sea. So that is an important element to explain what we see. And here in coastal type, you see what we've done across Europe, defining cliffs, defining sandy coasts, gravelly coasts, muddy coasts, and also human-influenced coasts. So this can be done at different levels of detail. And it's important to say that we also want to generate this output according to different levels of detail. Not just simplify the patterns along the coast, but also simplify the legend to make an informative pan-European view. Because if you have too many legend units, like you still have here as an example, then it becomes very difficult to read a map that is zoomed out so much. So we have to reduce the number of legend units. But as we zoom in, we want to increase the number of legend units. So that's also one of the items that we focus on. And what I want to show here also is that you see the small inset at the bottom of your screen. You can see that when you're zoomed in here on a few small islands off the coast of Italy, then you see that these dots that are sort of generalized views of the original data, when you zoom in, you see that the data actually follow the coastline, so they're really full coverage. Now, you can also define coastal type nowadays on the basis of satellite data, and not in as much detail as with the field data, but you can distinguish sandy from muddy coasts, from vegetated coasts, and also from coastal cliffs, for example. And you can also recognize coral reefs, for example. And the nice thing about having all these different types of maps in a queryable way is that you can compare different attributes, and then you can see how, for example, how sensitive certain types of coasts are to certain types of process. So here, for example, you can see that much accretion or erosion takes place depending on whether you have a sandy or muddy or cliff or vegetated or other coast. So that is an important element, and you can see that when it comes to the type of change, that, for example, there is very little erosion along cliff coasts and quite a bit of accretion, and that is the demonstration of the process I just showed you, because we're looking at short-term behavior over several decades. The influence of landslides is much bigger than the influence of the disappearance of these landslides after they form. An important map we're working on right now is the map on coastal vulnerability. And this map is important because for a decision maker, maps on coastal type or even coastline migration are very difficult to understand. So what we are trying to do is make products that are more easily understandable for these decision makers, politicians, but also people who are involved in another way, in another capacity in government. And what you see here is in a different color scheme, just shades of blue, the level of vulnerability of European coasts on the basis of published studies, sometimes national studies, sometimes transnational or local studies. And what you see is that coverage is quite good, but it's not full coverage. We don't have this type of information yet across Europe. And the darker the color blue you see here, the more vulnerable the coastline is. What we have not done here is use the traffic lights like we did before in the other maps, because a decision maker especially in the communication to the population, doesn't like these types of danger colors that are associated to risk. So we are creating an awareness map. And the importance about awareness is that it helps you in taking measures and defining standards and protocols for different types of coast without making people scared. Now, what you can do in this map, once it becomes available online, this one is a map in the making, it's almost ready, is that you can click on a line and then you get the information that it is based on. What we've done is we've taken all these published maps and we've transposed them on the European coastline where there are 4, and then we've created these polylines ourselves so that we have a single map with a single legend. So the legend is less vulnerable, more or less moderately vulnerable, or more vulnerable, without being very specific about these terms. And that's a simplified classification from very different ways to look at this coastal vulnerability. So here we're not harmonizing method, but we're harmonizing legend, so that we can have and create one map that provides an overall type of information, but we're not claiming to have harmonized the entire process. And then finally, the coastal ribbon. It's something that Christina didn't mention yet, but this is also part of her work package and also part of work package 6 that we just saw from Andrea. Obviously, the way a coastline behaves is a function of the type of material that you have along the coastline itself, and also of the supply of sediment. So what we've proposed to the European community and Commission is to take a little bit of the land geology along, and we're starting to map that geology now. So by doing that, we can also make that comparison. How does the coastline itself behave in comparison to the composition of that coastal ribbon? And that provides important overall information, because you can imagine that if you notice that one particular type of coast is more sensitive, for example, to rapid erosion than another, then you can also say, okay, we're going to focus our observations or our protective measures on these types of coast. And that makes it possible to spend your money more wisely. Now on, this was all about Europe, but obviously we're here not for Europe, but for the Caribbean situation and output. What you can see here is that, especially with satellite data and satellite analysis, it's quite easy to create a basal map of coastline behavior for the region. Obviously, this has to be validated by field and local expertise, so that would definitely have to happen. But the nice thing about it is that you have a very good starting point. So this map was derived by Deltares on the basis of optical Landsat images, from 1984 to the present, so almost 40 years at 30-meter resolution, and they create yearly composites to generate this image of what the coastline does. Now, aside from what we have, we'd obviously like to have this validation. And I showed that map of the region between Europe and China. What would be very nice is if we could make a similar inventory of field data and studies that could then be linked with a product that we can put on the EMODNet portal, so that people can click on these points and then immediately get to the source. And this is for published literature, scientific literature, but also for the gray literature. So for reports that are not out in the open, and then they can either be made available or they can stay within and with the owners, and we would just take the main characteristics out of them. So what is the typical erosion rate for a region that is the subject of a report, for example? So there are many choices and possibilities that would be available. So a key question is, would there be interest in supplying such studies and maps that can be harmonized and shared? And also, would there be interest to provide feedback on what is being produced now more and more, toward a global scale? Because obviously in Europe, we, quite a bit about our types of coast, but the Caribbean has an entirely different type of coast that will behave differently with very specific knowledge that we don't have in Europe itself, or have much less. So that would be an important question. Now, what would be the added value is that obviously, making use of an existing platform, if you would be happy with it, and portal with tested protocols and metadata standards, makes it possible to see, data in a larger framework. What is also possible in the system is that we are highly flexible in terms of scaling. So you can look and show different maps at different scales as you zoom in and out on the map, and granularity. So the level to which you classify your data, and also, for example, in how you define what would be stable and what would be not stable, so move seaward or move landward. There's a compatibility with terrestrial efforts at the land-sea interface, because we are also linking to the European geological data infrastructure, which helps us in developing tools that we wouldn't be able to develop just as a marine community ourselves. Tools that allow us to link different attributes and explain the behavior of one with the type of the other. And finally, I already mentioned the term awareness mapping. We've worked very hard as part of EMODNet on this element, awareness mapping rather than risk mapping, to identify areas with specific geological conditions that may render them susceptible to the effects of climate change. And obviously, climate change is an overbearing parameter attribute explaining what our coastlines will do in the near future. So this awareness mapping will become increasingly important. With that, I'll leave it open for questions, and I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Gracias, Sitze, por la presentación. ¿Hay alguien que quiera hacer alguna pregunta? ¿No?
Soy Luis Somoza, de Geología Marina. Es que al paso me han preguntado qué era Coastal Ribbon. Coastal Ribbon, tuvimos una discusión en la última discusión de Monet para incluir el Coastal Ribbon. En español es más o menos, nosotros decimos franja costera. ¿Hasta dónde influye el mar en la zona de costa? Entonces, más o menos una definición aquí, por ejemplo, sería dónde puede influir un huracán, dónde puede influir un tsunami. Eso llegamos a un punto de... Estuvimos discutiendo en la última reunión que me preguntaban qué era Coastal Ribbon. Entonces, nosotros españoles yo creo que, no sé, llamamos, es franja costera o no lo sé, pero es el término entre hasta dónde llega el mar y dónde afecta el oleaje hasta en la franja costera. Eso es muy importante. Especialmente acá, por huracanes, volvemos. La vulnerabilidad costera en el Caribe es principalmente más grande que en Europa, porque tenéis huracanes, una vulnerabilidad costera muy grande, con lo cual la franja costera, el Coastal Ribbon es muy importante, a saber Me estaba diciendo Andrés Hamlet que hay una zona de la costa que se ha ido 100 metros, ¿no? 100 metros hacia adelante debido a un tsunami. O sea, ha avanzado la costa 100 metros debido a un tsunami. O sea que la vulnerabilidad costera es mucho más grande que puede ser en Europa. Eso es que es una pregunta que me ha hecho Martín, que era el Coastal Ribbon. Digo, bueno, el Coastal Ribbon lo discutimos y es una cosa a discutir en el Caribe. Yo creo que eso es una franja costera, posiblemente hasta dónde puede afectar un huracán, por ejemplo, hasta dónde la zona donde afecte el huracán. Era una apreciación porque Martín me lo ha preguntado. Además lo discutimos en la última reunión del momento.
Miguel
I can, thank you, Luis. I can briefly comment on this. There are actually, two elements of sort of the land geology as it, interacts with the sea. One is what we defined very narrowly in our last proposal for the 5th phase of EMODNet, which is a real ribbon, and a ribbon is just a thin, lint that of equal width that you would go all along the coastline itself, and that was defined because we want to know the immediate effect of lithology of the material right along the coastline, whether it's rock and hard rock, or for example, a soft bluff or sand or gravel or something else, to explain what the coastline is doing. So that's one. And at the moment, that is for us ambitious enough to spend the next couple of years on. But obviously, you're absolutely right in saying that you also have to consider the other way around. What is the sensitivity of the coastal zone to what happens at sea with floods, storm surges, but also with tsunami or other ways of getting water or erosion in far inland. And there it's no longer a ribbon. And there we have to talk about the coastal zone. And there we also have to look at elements like sediment budgets. But that's such an ambitious project that we cannot do everything at the same time. And at the moment, we are still discussing on how to tackle this best. But we do know that we have to fulfill the requirement that we wrote up in our proposal. And that requirement is that we will first visualize and harmonize that very thin coastal ribbon that directly participates in the coastline behavior by either providing the material to be eroded or the material to be stable and not susceptible to erosion. So there are two ways to look at it.
If I can perhaps also extend a little bit on this. Thank you, Sitze, for making the connection to the coastal ribbon. I can quickly show you a slide on that, which is perhaps just a short impression of where we have included the coastal ribbon in this proposal. We are actually discussing at the moment how to define the coastal ribbon. If we define it according to the genetic influence, well, we first thought the genetic influence of the sea to the land, but I quite like also the approach of including the genetic influence of the land to the sea, which of course is obvious. We have here just a schematic picture of that there is a part of the land and of course also a part of the sea, what can be included there. Another explanation would be that we define very strictly, well, we only take, say, 10 kilometers inland as belonging to the coastal ribbon, and describe the geology there and harmonize it with the marine geology, but it is still in discussion. This slide, which somehow disappeared, which I also wanted to show, is that in almost most of our work packages, the coastal ribbon is mentioned and included. It means that the information on the coastal ribbon for the land-sea linkage should be included in our information. And we have a working group that is working on it, and especially on the information. It's a critical topic. I think also Sitze mentioned this earlier, because the main focus of EMODNet is really on the marine geology. So how much can we go inland? How much is the marine geology? Can we include onshore geology in such a marine project? And this is going to be discussed, Henry, correct me, in November when we are at the Jamboree meeting in Brussels. So,
that's correct, Christine.
Yeah, okay. So just to show you, we are discussing it. We are thinking of several possibilities how to include it, because it's important, especially the coast, for our usage. But it's a complex topic. Thank you.
Miguel Cabrera, Servicio Geológico de Cuba. Para incluir la geología, una forma puede ser determinar el índice de vulnerabilidad costera, que incluye una serie de variables, tanto oceanográficas como geológicas. Eso nos da una idea orientativa del desplazamiento de la línea de costa en un sentido o en el otro a largo plazo. Y la otra cuestión es establecer la zona costera, por ejemplo, sobre el alcance del máximo oleaje o la influencia de la marea, que es lo que se podría considerar de manera general zona costera. Ya, por ejemplo, plantear la influencia de determinado fenómeno meteorológico como los huracanes y demás es un poco más complejo, porque ya eso depende de la fuerza del huracán, de la misma morfología que está más allá de la zona costera. Hay una serie de factores, pero el máximo alcance del oleaje y el alcance de la marea sí son parámetros que se mantienen más o menos constantes, y además de eso que son cuantificables.
Thank you very much for your valuable remarks. I have made some notes, and we will include this into our discussion of how to define the coastal ribbon. I'm sorry, I didn't note your name. Can you say it again? From Cuba, I remember, I wrote down, but
Miguel Cabrera, de Cuba.
Miguel Cabrera, de Cuba, Servicios...
Miguel. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Miguel.
Martin Rojas from Costa Rica. I mean, to make predictions about coastal ribbon, we'll need to know with some degree or precisely the quaternary tectonics and coast morphology or type of coast, or the bathymetry of the continental shelf. Otherwise, it would be quite hard to make predictions about the coastal ribbon. So that will be the elements to make some predictions about about the influence of this issue.
Thank you.
I think here what is important is that what we're doing is soft science. So we are by staying away from exact numbers, especially in terms of vulnerability. We just say lower, higher. We give an overall view, without being tied to specific methodologies that calculate attributes. And there's an important reason for it, and that is that one single method and protocol doesn't work for all areas. And a good example is the United States. It's one single country, but they use different ways to calculate this vulnerability for their West Coast and their East Coast. Because if they would use the same method, then either their West Coast would all be, not very vulnerable at all, and the East Coast would show nice patterns, or the East Coast would be totally vulnerable and the West Coast shows nice patterns. So you have to make different approaches, and that's why local knowledge is extremely important. And of course, it's nice to know about waves and about the likelihood of certain events, but that is already zooming into such a level that we're looking at, the importance of national data products. But as we zoom out, and that's often what we do in these pan-European projects that we now try to roll out a little bit broader, is what is the overall more regional or super-regional pattern, and can we recognize situations or compositions, geological settings that are more sensitive to change than others. And that is not 100% exact science, but of course we know in Europe, for example, that if we look at till laid down by glaciers, that these are highly vulnerable to landsliding, and that they're especially vulnerable during hard rain. And those things are important to know, because then you know that in places where this research has not taken place, you can say, okay, I have to be aware of this overall pattern in managing my bit of coast where I have a similar situation. So that is the idea, the overall idea of this project. And that is why it's so important to have these types of local knowledge, because on a local scale, people know much better, which types of coast are more sensitive to change or to impact of hurricanes or to tsunami than others. And by using that type of information, you can roll it out across borders and say, okay, we make an awareness map that shows this pattern. So that is the most important thing at the moment. Obviously, in the course of time, we'd like to be a little bit more ambitious, but this is, in the short term, ambitious enough for us. It's, harmonizing looks easy, but in practice, it is not.
Thank you, Sitze. Thank you. Any question? Any other question? Or no? So thank you very much, Sitze, for your presentation. And now vamos a pasar a la presentación del paquete número 7, que es sobre recursos minerales y energéticos. Lo va a presentar Xavier Monteis, del Servicio Geológico de Irlanda. Xavier, cuando quieras puedes conectarte.
Sí, gracias. Ahora lo comparto. Hola, ¿se puede ver bien? ¿Se comparte o...?
Sí, está perfecto.
Está perfecto, gracias. Bueno, voy a dar la presentación en español si no hay ninguna objeción. Buenos días a todos. Estoy aquí en Dublín, Irlanda. Aquí es ya por la tarde. A ver un momento que se me está moviendo esto. Vale. La doy en español porque mis compañeros de Work Package ya han visto esta presentación muchas veces en inglés, así que quizás será una manera de cambiar un poco con el idioma también la terminología. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Mi nombre es Xavier Monteis. Yo trabajo en el Servicio Geológico de Irlanda, que es la organización que lidera el paquete de trabajo de minerales del fondo marino que en esta fase de EMODNet de Geología estamos trabajando. Hace ya más de 20 años que vivo en Irlanda, pero soy nativo de España, soy de Barcelona. En lo que se refiere a este Work Package, se refiere a minerales marinos que se encuentran en aguas europeas, principalmente, aunque esta vez también se está empezando a incluir el Mar Caribe, y que son relevantes, tienen un nivel de relevancia a nivel local, nacional y también internacional, como veremos. Todos somos conscientes del interés de la industria a lo largo de hace muchas décadas sobre hidrocarburos y los áridos marinos, porque han sido extraídos y porque hay un interés económico detrás. Pero en los últimos años hemos visto, si han seguido las noticias y están trabajando en este sector, que hay también un interés muy grande en lo que son los recursos, los minerales críticos del fondo marino, que tienen una importancia estratégica creciente, digamos, en el mundo a nivel de recursos para baterías, tecnología y muchas otras aplicaciones. Y esto tiene, este debate de alguna manera también está aquí presente. Primero haré un outline rápido, vamos a ver la lista, es una presentación muy sencilla en este caso, vamos a ver la lista de depósitos, de minerales depósitos que hay, y como se ha comentado anteriormente en otros paquetes de trabajo, estos son los datos que nos suministran nuestros socios, nuestros partners de los diferentes países. Es importante este aspecto de que nosotros, de alguna manera, este proyecto vive de los datos que se compilan de cada uno de estos países y que nos llegan, y la armonización que hacía referencia hace un momento Sitze, con lo cual es sumamente importante cuando muchos países intentan representar gráficamente y como base de datos comunes, es importante esta armonización para que se entiendan conjuntamente. Este es el gran reto que tuvimos hace muchos años y que de alguna manera tenemos ya un legado de conocimiento de cómo hacer esta parte, y que no es trivial, como también se ha comentado. Después veremos un poco la cobertura, los mapas que se han generado, algunos de los mapas que se han generado, y también un poco de información sobre el subtipo, que es algo relativamente importante cuando indagamos un poco más en la información. ¿De qué hablamos cuando hablamos de estos minerales? Pues es un catálogo de ocurrencias de minerales marinos, materias primas, hidrocarburos y minerales metálicos. La lista de minerales que se presenta aquí, la voy a leer en inglés porque si no, para no cometer ningún error en la traducción automática, pero va desde agregados, cobalt-rich permanganate crust, evaporites, gas hydrates, hydrocarbons, marine placers, metal-rich sediment, pegmatites and vein-hosted mineralization. Entonces, tenemos los polymetallic nodules and polymetallic sulfides, phosphorites and sapropel. Estos son los 12 ocurrencias de alguna manera que se han ido compilando a lo largo de estos años. Cada uno de estos presenta detrás toda una arquitectura en forma en la base de datos en las cuales se expone más información sobre la ocurrencia en sí, y nos da información sobre quién es el propietario, comentarios sobre el tipo de estatus que tiene, diferentes atributos que nos permiten de alguna manera a través de la puerta de EMODNet, del portal de EMODNet, después llegar hasta el proveedor en caso de que fuese necesario más información. Estos datos finales tanto de las ocurrencias como de la base de datos detrás, lógicamente acaban en la web, en mapas y como ficheros descargables. Es decir, el usuario puede descargar estos ficheros y entonces inspeccionarlos o hacer mapas directamente a través de la web. Esta es la cobertura presente para el World Package 7, que incluye todos los minerales que hemos enumerado anteriormente. Se puede ver la leyenda y se puede ver cómo ellos todos en un mismo mapa. Esta parte de presentación, de representación del mapa, resulta al mismo tiempo un reto, pero también es una de las partes más importantes de un proyecto como el de EMODNet. No solamente la base de datos detrás, sino la posibilidad visualmente de representar toda esta información y que un usuario que quizá no es técnico, que quizá viene de otro perfil, pueda inmediatamente apreciar este tipo de datos e incorporarlos en productos que generen ellos mismos. Y esto ha pasado a lo largo de la historia de EMODNet, siendo la Comunidad Europea uno de los interesados precisamente en usar estos datos para sus propias publicaciones de las diferentes policies que ha ido creando. En este otro mapa que podemos ver es un mapa que ya solo se ven los minerales marinos, por lo que hemos excluido de momento los hidrocarburos y los agregados, y se puede ver más discreta, más perfectamente dónde están los puntos y cómo está la cobertura de que va desde el mar Báltico pasando por el Mar Negro, y también tenemos en concentraciones el North Sea, después en la zona atlántica desde Islandia, desde Islandia hasta las Canarias, las Azores, es decir, todo lo que incorpora todos los diferentes mares europeos. Pero también, como he dicho al principio, es importante refinar esta información, especialmente para ciertos depósitos que pueden beneficiarse de que podamos visualizarlos de una manera un poco distinta. Aquí voy a presentar dos ejemplos. Uno es de agregados, de marine aggregates, y el otro es de hydrocarbons, en los cuales vemos como una simplificación de este subtipo nos permite crear otro tipo de representación visual que puede ser de uso para otro tipo de cliente, digamos. En este caso, primero, podemos ver el de agregados, el de áridos para a nivel europeo. La información sobre los tipos de minerales tiene relevancia para disciplinas tan variadas como ingenierías, la industria extractiva, la regeneración de playas y los proyectos de recuperación, así como la propia construcción en sí. En Europa tiene ciertos países que son consumidores de este tipo de producto, ya sea para alguna de las disciplinas que me he referido anteriormente. Los 4 tipos de subtipo que se han presentado aquí son simples, son arena, grava fina, grava gruesa y arena de relleno. Esta clasificación tiene esta intención de poder después visualizarlo con las diferencias de un sitio y en otros, y poder así crear más valor añadido. Se puede ver perfectamente cómo hay concentraciones de áridos muy importantes en la zona del... A ver si me funciona el pointer aquí. En la zona del North Sea, con estos países, tanto en el Reino Unido como en esta zona de Holanda, Bélgica, donde son consumidores de estos agregados, y al mismo tiempo no solamente consumidores, sino lógicamente tienen un interés muy grande en tenerlos bien delimitados para cuestiones medioambientales, etcétera, etcétera. También vemos el caso de España, donde hay una gran concentración en el litoral y en Portugal, debido precisamente a la regeneración de costa y al uso de para regenerar playas, etcétera, etcétera, que es sumamente importante. Es decir, diferentes usos en diferentes zonas, sin ir más en detalle en otras zonas como el Caspian Sea, etcétera, etcétera. Pero en estos dos ejemplos para ilustrar estas diferencias. Moviéndonos al caso de hidrocarburos, en este caso los subtipos son también bastante sencillos y tienen la misma finalidad, la capacidad por rápidamente poder visualizar dónde están los diferentes tipos de reservas y cómo son estas reservas, desde carbón hasta gas condensado, gas propiamente y lo que es el petróleo en sí. Y podemos ver las diferentes zonas, también otra vez grandes concentraciones en la parte del North Sea. Lógicamente, alguno de estas información de subtipo todavía no hemos recibido, entonces se mantienen como no diferenciados y a medida que consigamos estos, y en algunos casos no se podrá conseguir por las razones que sean, entonces permanecen como no diferenciados. Pero podemos ver claramente zonas de gas en el Black Sea, zonas más de petróleo en el Caspio, que es una zona que muy recientemente se ha incorporado al EMODNet Geology y se ha ido populando con múltiples países involucrados. Bueno, así con esta corta presentación, a ver si me deshago del láser. Ahí estoy. Con esta presentación corta he intentado mostrar de alguna manera cuáles son los mapas que hemos estado generando en los últimos años y cómo se crean estos mapas desde la aportación de cada socio, cada país involucrado en EMODNet, que como ya ha dicho Henry al principio, son más de 30. Hasta ahora hemos encontrado, en el caso del Caribe, que estamos aquí presentando, hemos encontrado información muy limitada en nuestro primer rastreo, entonces esperamos mucha ilusión que durante esta reunión se pueda establecer lazos para realmente aumentar las bases de datos, la capacidad de crear nuevos productos para esta zona. Y con esta diapositiva ya termino y quedo a disposición en caso de que hayan preguntas. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Javier. ¿Hay alguna pregunta?
Sí, Martín Rojas de Costa Rica. Es sobre la generación de los mapas. Ahí, digamos, se ha utilizado los criterios geomorfológicos, también sobre las edades de la corteza oceánica o las edades de la geología del cuaternario. Y además, pero también se han utilizado datos, por ejemplo, de datos puntuales. O sea, se ha tratado de integrar toda esa información para generar estos mapas, digamos, la máxima cantidad de información posible.
Xavier, es que quizás sería importante, Martín se está refiriendo porque ahora mismo en el grupo de Geología Marina estamos intentando establecer una serie de zonas que son zonas potenciales para encontrar ciertos recursos minerales. Y estamos utilizando una serie de criterios que ha comentado Martín, de profundidad de la corteza oceánica. Pero esto no se ha utilizado en EMODNet, estos criterios. En EMODNet, bueno, te puedo explicar mejor, Javier, simplemente se suministra donde hay datos reales, ¿no? Cada país...
Correcto.
¿Lo puedes explicar mejor, Javier? Gracias.
Sí, correcto. Como estaba diciendo, es totalmente correcto. Es decir, donde hay datos reales, donde hay ocurrencias que han sido ya mapeadas, esto es lo que se traslada a las bases de datos independientemente de dónde estén, siempre y cuando caigan en la categoría adecuada. Si están en costa, si están en el fondo abisal o si están en la corteza. Pero y entonces se actualizan las bases de datos así.
Sí, gracias. Sí, me aclaró la duda.
Sí, está basado. Lógicamente, la parte de agregados y la parte de hidrocarburos viene a ser más provincias, es decir, son más zonas que sí que entra una parte geográfica en el asunto, y la delimitación, lógicamente, a veces se ha hecho con productos como sísmica, etcétera, etcétera, no tanto como con sampleado, como podría ser la mayor parte de las otras ocurrencias minerales. Son muy discretas, se ve que ya solamente hay esos puntos que he mostrado antes, son un número finito de puntos, pero tienen una utilidad enorme de cara a preparar mapas para, de gran escala.
¿Alguna pregunta más? Sí. Bueno, muchas gracias, Javier. Gracias. Bueno, vamos a pasar ahora al siguiente paquete de trabajos, el paquete de trabajo número 8, que se llama los paisajes, la traducción es paisajes sumergidos. No es un paquete de trabajo que lo que intenta es recopilar información con el fin de diferentes tipos de rasgos geológicos que les permitan reconstruir. Perdón, siempre se me olvida, es imposible. El paquete número 8, el objetivo es recopilar una serie de rasgos geológicos que permitan reconstruir la línea de la costa, como ha ido variando a lo largo del tiempo, en tiempos recientes. Es el último paquete que se incorporó uno de los últimos paquetes que se incorporó al proyecto EMODNet. Inicialmente no existía este paquete de trabajo. Henry, you are presenting the... Yeah?
I believe this is a recorded presentation that we got from Heather Stewart, who is the work package leader of work package 8 on submerged landscapes. Let's see. I hope that I can start it and get you the presentation. Heather is on a leave. She has been 2 months on a vessel on a cruise in the Pacific, and she had to go out with her kids on holiday. So I apologize to the translator for this inconvenience. But let's see if we can start it. Just a moment. That's the speakers.
Present to you the newest addition to the EMODNet Geology family of products, the submerged. Hello, my name is Heather Stewart.
So, copy.
Oh, yes.
My name is Heather Stewart from the British Geological Survey, and it is with regret that I could not be there in person with you today. That being said, it is my privilege to present to you the newest addition to the EMODNet Geology family of products, the Submerged Landscapes work package. Please note my email address in the bottom right corner. I will be more than happy to answer any specific questions or comments you may have. I am also happy to set up an online meeting with partners here to discuss any aspect of this work package, including any comments or suggestions you may have to engage with our platform and also to dovetail our respective networks. By way of background to the Submerged Landscapes work package, sea level is known to have fluctuated by more than 100 metres over repeated glacial cycles, resulting in recurring exposure, inundation and migration of coastlines worldwide. Landscape response to these changes in sea level and the preservation of these features on continental shelves are an invaluable resource for improving our understanding not only of human history and environmental change over geological time, but also in providing data for potential use in examining future sea level rise scenarios. Recent advances in both data acquisition and availability over the last 2 or 3 decades has enabled researchers to more accurately reconstruct the extent and dynamics of fluctuating paleo coastlines. High-resolution multibeam bathymetry and sub-bottom seismic data in particular have resulted in a step change in our understanding of paleo shorelines and other traces of the original landscape topography and sediments. With preservation of these new, now submerged features under threat from commercial activities and natural erosion, bringing together existing knowledge through delivery of this comparatively new work package is timely. Our primary objective is to compile and harmonise available information on submerged landscape features. We are integrating existing records of paleoenvironmental indicators with interpretations of geomorphology, stratigraphy, and type of sediment. Our longer-term objective is to use these data from this project to underpin regional paleogeographic reconstructions over a number of discrete timeframes. Please forgive this busy slide. I do not expect you to be able to read the table on the right, but I've included it here for illustrative purposes. The journey to this point started with initial work focused on defining a task guide, which not only listed the types of data we are looking to compile and integrate, and the table on the right is a list of features that we are compiling, and I've highlighted one such feature, paleo shoreline, in the central part of this slide. But the task guide also defines data formats, accompanying attributes, chronology, and so on. We have also associated confidence to each feature. A feature without an accurate chronology, for example, would be allocated a low confidence, but something with a dated sample would be allocated a high confidence. Most importantly, the attributes include information on the original source of each individual feature and contact information on who provided that data to us, allowing users to delve further into the source information. The task guide itself is a living document, and moving forward, it would be interesting to receive feedback from partners here on its fit for purpose for the Caribbean seas, and whether there are any features, for example, that we need to add. Again, please forgive this wordy slide. We will move on from this slide quickly. I wished to simply illustrate the rapid evolution of this new work package over a relatively short period of time. The fully attributed GIS layer now comprises more than 40,000 features, representing 27 classes of submerged landscape and paleoenvironmental indicator, including mapped and modelled paleo coastlines, evidence for submerged forests and peats, submerged freshwater springs, and we're excited to engage with this group so we can collaborate with you and bring in information from the Caribbean. So what does this database look like in map form? We can see that in the seas of Europe, we have a reasonably good geographic coverage, but it is worth noting that unlike some of the other work packages, such as the seabed substrate work package, we don't have a continuous geographic coverage over the entire European Sea area. By the very nature of the studies that we're looking to harmonise and integrate, there is a level of patchiness. That being said, a lot of progress has been made, and we're very proud of the work that we have done this far. So this work package is really gaining momentum now, and I would ask this group to please consider sending me your recent publications or links to regional and local studies which you would like included in this work package. So what might a submission to the Submerged Landscapes work package look like? I would like to give you this example from our partners in Iceland, where they've included a modelled paleo coastline. That is the outermost polyline there that you can see right at the edge of the continental shelf break round about Iceland. They've included information on submerged coastal landforms, paleo lakes and deltas. And perhaps most importantly, for the sort of work that we look to do on paleogeographic reconstruction, they have included sea level index points, which are the little blue squares round about the coastline there, giving information on the chronology of peat and pollen in selected sediment cores and till deposits round about their coastline there. And we have fed this into our larger GIS database, and all of those points, polylines and polygons are fully attributed and linked back to published scientific research with DOI and contact details included in that suite of attributes. As I said previously, this work package is ambitious, but we hope in the medium term to use the data from this project to underpin pan-regional sea paleogeographic reconstructions. As you can imagine, there are data gaps which make the reconstruction work difficult, and we do rely heavily on our partners to know what is relevant information and what is available for their maritime area, even if perhaps they cannot submit that data direct to our publicly available database, perhaps because of commercial or confidentiality issues. But the most important resource that we have are the partners themselves. In summary, we are looking to use suitable geological data and information from our database to reconstruct the paleogeography at various timeframes, defined as 20,000, 9,000 and 6,000 years before present. And we have a number of working groups working to implement this step in this work package. We envisage that the end product will make a very nice publication in its own right, but we are really looking to deliver it as an Esri story map, which will be delivered on the portal. We realised early on that we needed to engage with paleobotanists to explore at a broad scale the reconstruction of paleovegetation on exposed continental shelves during the time periods we've defined. This is to produce a sort of unifying picture to frame all the punctual information we are producing. The example map on the right is from a case study area we are currently working on around Italy, whereby information on tree and shrubs derived from pollen data have been used to reconstruct the paleovegetation on the now drowned continental shelf. I would very much like to get some feedback from partners here as to existing paleogeographic work in the Caribbean seas. I would be interested to hear what sort of timeframes would be most relevant for the Caribbean. Perhaps 20, 9 and 6,000 years before present are not fit for purpose here. But really, any comments and feedback that you have would be extremely useful for us moving forward. As part of our current activities, we have started a data mining exercise for the Caribbean seas, but I do realise this is only the tip of the iceberg, and really the knowledge is in this room today. Please, this slide is only a couple of data examples. I have looked at a number of other publications, but really I would be very excited to hear from you all directly. As I said, the expertise is here in the room today, and I would like to work with you all to incorporate the most up-to-date and relevant information where possible. And so, in conclusion, thank you very much for your time. Again, apologies that I'm not there in person, but I am really excited to be working with this community, and I would be honoured to work with you and see where the Submerged Landscapes product can be of practical use to you all. Please note my contact information. All feedback is very welcome, so please feel free to drop me an email and we can set up an online meeting or just have an email dialogue to take your involvement and feedback forward. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. So that was a recording from Heather. Actually, I'm not an expert at all on submerged landscapes, but if you have some things that you are wondering about, you can try to ask me or Anu about that. So we can try to answer, but maybe the best way still is to contact Heather by email or so. But we can continue the communication later also.
Yo de nuevo quería hacer un comentario que a raíz de la... Da tiempo, ¿no, Enrique? Un comentario, la adaptación de los paquetes de trabajo al Caribe. Igual que no tenemos glaciares, hay, por ejemplo, el Submerged Landscape en Europa son cordones litorales, playas que se han quedado sumergidas. Pero aquí, por ejemplo, estaba comentando con Sofía, un Submerged Landscape importantísimo son los cenotes. Los cenotes porque son zonas kársticas que han quedado sumergidas. Realmente que han quedado sumergidas. Otro importantísimo, los corales, las barreras de corales que han quedado sumergidas. Hacer una correlación de todas las barreras corales en el Caribe es importantísimo porque sabe cómo las barreras corales para el cambio climático, cómo han ido evolucionando. Pero los cenotes, por ejemplo, cosa que es un landscape, es un paisaje que ha quedado sumergidos, es muy importante, es adaptar un poco este paquete de trabajo al Caribe. Creo que, lo decía con Sofía, que los cenotes, que Henry ha buceado en los cenotes, pero cenotes emergidos. Esto se trata de ver dónde están, parece que mañana nos lo dirá Sofía, si puede haber cartografía de landscape de cenotes, ¿no? Que tiene ese multihaz de dónde están distribuidos. Y además decía otra cosa importante, están relacionados un landscape con la caída de meteoritos, cosa que es un submerged landscape, ¿no? Esto puede ser con la caída de meteoritos. Lo bueno es adaptar el mapa que se hace de Europa al Caribe. Por ejemplo, en los corales, seguro que hay barreras de corales acá, a Punta Pala, y están sumergidos, claro, han quedado sumergidos, y eso es muy importante, adaptar el mapa a las cuestiones de eso. Yo creo que es lo primero que se tendría que hacer, ver la adaptación, los principales elementos que tenemos para adaptarlos al mapa de los cenotes, como decía, es una característica muy buena. Además tiene una componente, como este paquete de trabajo tiene una componente arqueológica también. O sea, tiene una componente en el Mediterráneo, están estudiando para ver los antiguos yacimientos arqueológicos o puertos que han quedado hundidos. Entonces creo que es la evolución de la línea de costa, por ejemplo, tanto en el Mediterráneo ha subido el nivel del mar y han quedado zonas sumergidas romanas o más antiguas, o griegas, por ejemplo, o egipcias, por ejemplo, han quedado. Entonces todas estas zonas es muy importante arqueológica, y aquí desde el punto de vista de arqueología, por ejemplo, cenotes, me decía, no se sabe la profundidad que tienen los cenotes sumergidos, la profundidad de hasta dónde llega. Eso que es muy importante. Solo un comentario, no para Henry, es comentario general para adaptar. Te dejo.
Thank you, Luis. That was a very good comment, and I can agree. It's magnificent to dive in the cenotes. I've done that, and I would like to do that again to find out the answers to your questions. Okay.
Gracias. Edwin García, República Dominicana. Claro, aquí sería interesantísimo. Toda la planicie costera de la parte este del país son calizas coralinas. Entonces, y están a diferentes niveles porque han habido levantamientos, incluyendo la parte suroeste del país, en la parte de Pedernales, donde se ven. Y aquí mismo en Santo Domingo, cuando ustedes van desde aquí al hotel, notan que van ahí bajando, son 3 niveles de terraza que hay desde aquí hasta el hotel. Entonces, reconstruir toda esa parte, aunque es muy reciente, en el Pleistoceno. Yo soy un poco más reciente, casi llegando al Pleistoceno, pero no llego allá todavía. Entonces, aparte de eso, hay corales actualmente en el mar. Y hay corales que su desarrollo o su muerte afectan directamente al movimiento de arena, sobre todo en la costa, en donde hay un aprovechamiento turístico. Entonces, poder reconstruir, por así decir, la geología histórica, en este caso en el mar y en la zona costera, sería interesantísimo. Nosotros no tenemos especialistas ahí. Casi toda la parte de oceanografía tienen ustedes que asesorarnos, pero ahí estamos menos, un menos, ¿no? Porque creo que intervienen biólogos, tendrían que intervenir biólogos marinos, geólogos marinos y ese tipo de cosas, pero sí nos afecta a una gran inversión que hay en la zona este del país. ¿Te quería decir algo?
Miguel Cabrera, Servicio Geológico de Cuba. Sí, un comentario. Bueno, esto cuando están hundidos regularmente no lo llamamos cenote, lo llamamos blue hole. Blue hole. Ojos azules, están hundidos. No lo llamamos cenote. Y bueno, sí, efectivamente son un dato. Como hay términos. No. Como en geomorfología hay muchos términos italianos. Eso es. Además, nosotros no somos enemigos de los americanos. Déjeme aclarar eso. No, es en general, bueno, hay algo que tenemos que ponernos de acuerdo. Porque nosotros no tenemos, las islas no tenemos plataforma continental, es plataforma insular, aunque ese término es el que está acuñado en las Naciones Unidas como término, como plataforma continental, pero geológicamente, geomorfológicamente, naturalmente, nosotros no tenemos plataforma continental, es insular. Y la consecuencia de ser isla y estar afectado por movimientos tectónicos recientes, es decir, de los últimos 45 millones de años, este tema se hace un poco más complejo. Y hay que ir a la reconstrucción de las paleolíneas de costa, no solamente en busca de lo que está hundido actualmente, sino de cómo fue evolucionando la línea de costa en el tiempo. Y bueno, efectivamente también los corales son muy importantes. Pero muy importante también son los depósitos de turba que se encuentran en el fondo marino, porque están a diferentes niveles. Y esos diferentes niveles precisamente son paleolínea de costa. Y bueno, ya partiendo de la turba, nosotros si después queremos reconstruir el paisaje, reconstruimos el paisaje, podemos hacernos toda la imaginación que querramos, ¿no? Pero el dato concreto es ese. Y en muchos casos están datadas. Por ejemplo, nosotros tenemos algunas dataciones para el territorio nuestro y para el área del Caribe en general.
Eso sería muy importante. Metes tú. Otra no había caído. Las turbas es muy importante en la reconstrucción porque te da las zonas donde ha habido lagunas anteriores. Es muy importante. Eso es lo que tenemos que hacer, simplificar los elementos que hay y en función. Corales, turbas, los ojos azules, el blue hole, tienes que cambiar el nombre.
Okay, thank you very much. Very, very good comments, and I'm sure that Hedda will be very, very happy to look at your issues, your data, and help you with these issues. And all these are really interesting. I can tell you. I know already that Hedda will be very happy for the information that she can get from here. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but I think we have to jump to the next presentation. That will be the last presentation, isn't it so? Uffe Larsen, work package 9. So Uffe, are you there somewhere? Yes, you are.
I'm here.
The floor is yours, Uffe.
Okay, can you hear me or are you able to hear me? Okay. Are you? Okay. I have to share the screen here. Okay. Just a moment. Yeah, my name is Uffe Larsen. I'm the work package leader of Web Package 9, Data Management, Web Portal and Services. And I'm from the Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland, also called GEOS. So the task that VP9 deals with, it's what I'm going to say here is about what the task we're going to deal with. I'm going to say something about the architecture of the EMODNet Geology and the portal. And I'm going to give a short presentation of the portal, and then I will talk a little bit about borehole samples and geophysics, because this is what VP9 is also responsible for. Yeah. The first thing is that VP9, it receives data from the other work package leaders. So when you deliver, for example, your substrate map to the VP3, then the work package leader compile the harmonized map together with you, and then this work package leader sent the data to me as a shapefile or anything, or geo package. And I put these data in to our EMODNet server. We have a PostgreSQL database, and we have a geo server that can deliver web services to the central web portal. So this is the overall architecture of how things looks. We have up here, we have the web package, VP3, 4, and so on, and they deliver data to us in the web package 9, and we put it into our Postgres database in a harmonized format. And then we have this geo server that delivers, web map services, web feature services, and catalog services to the central portal. And for we also register metadata. We use all the geological surveys of Europe. They are member of the ECDI, which is the European infrastructure for geology, and they have their metadata application where we add the metadata. And also we have the possibility that the product that the work package leader delivered to us in the work package 9 has these data as a zip file that people are able to download. Just going on here. So I think I will wait with the presentation of the central portal or central, because it might go wrong. I have to change from the presentation here. So just going to say something about the boreholes and geophysics. And the whole purpose with this is not that you should be able to get all the data on geology and all the CGY files and so on. The only purpose is that the user can get an overview, see where in the world the data are. And then the metadata for these data sets tells the user where to get the data, because it's very hard to make a harmonized data set for all these data, and also there's restrictions about commercial issues and confidentiality and so on. So it's better that the user have the dialogue with the individual services about how to get the data and the newest data. We are also working on getting some more actual data into the database. We are talking about getting geotechnical data as well, and those are going to be, real data that you could use in your right away instead of just contacting the services. Yeah, and down here you have the link to the format of boreholes and geophysics. It tells you what are the columns you have to deliver and code list and so on. Then I'm gonna go back here and see if I can show you how the central portal works. That is maintained by an office down in Brussels. So this is just a moment. This is the main page here for the central portal, and here you're able to read a bit about the institution, about that stands behind the whole portal, and we have some services as well here. External partners are able to upload submit data. We have a product catalog here. The central portal harvests all the geoservers from the different themes, the themes for biology, geology, physics, and so on, and put it into a catalog. And maybe I should show it how that looks. So here you can see there are all the different data sets of all different kinds related to marine data. It's not just geology, but any physics, biology, and so on. And over here you have the different themes, as Henry mentioned in the start, bathymetry, biology, and so on. Then our theme is down here, geology, and here you can see a little bit about what the story is about the geology theme, different phases we had since the start. So I guess the most interesting thing on this page is the map viewer, where you can see the data. Right now it's the dots are showing the boreholes and samples, but I'm going to start from scratch here. And you click here on the catalog, and then you can pick, you combine maps from different themes. But right now we're just going to look at the sub-theme geology. And for instance, maybe this one here, seabed substrate. I'm going to pick one here. And then this catalog thing here, you can choose the layers, and over here you can change the transparency, for example, here. If you want to download, this button here is the legend, tells you what you're seeing. You're able to download the data in two ways. One of them is one that uses the web feature service that our own EMODNet Geology server provides to the central server. So if you go in here, you can make draw a little rectangle on the map here, and then you can choose the format that you would like to download, and then download the data as a shape file that you can use. Another possibility is if you go into the catalog here, it takes some time to download this stuff here on my computer. Another possibility is if you go in here on the info button here, and then say download here. I'm not going to do that now because then you download the package for the whole seabed substrate theme. It's about half a gigabyte, so I don't want to show it here. It takes time here for some reason, I don't know why. Okay, so that's how you download data. So the last thing I'm going to show you is the 3D viewer. It's based on the bathymetry theme. So it's not really a 3D, but more like 2.5D, because it's the layers that we have in geology, you are able to drape them onto the bathymetry. For instance, you can show here, you can see here, and then you can sort of see the relationship between the depth of the sea and what on the substrate in this instance here. See the relationship here. And then if you click on one of the polygons here, you can see the attribute table that tells you what a bit of data, what your references and so on. All the data that lies behind the layer that you are seeing here. So that's very roughly how the central portal works. So I guess I will stop this presentation now. And I wonder if you have any questions.
Do you have any questions for Unfe? ¿Alguna pregunta quizás sobre el portal, sobre cómo funciona? Bueno, muchas gracias, Ufe, por tu presentación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. But when you get the presentation, you're able to see all the links, so you can figure out yourself how to, fiddle around with the central portal and explore the functionalities there. Yep. So bye for now.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Henry, do you want to say something? Because this is the last presentation.
Yes. On the agenda we have discussion.
Yeah.
I don't know.
¿Alguien quiere hacer alguna pregunta, algún comentario sobre? Hemos hecho un repaso de todos los paquetes principales del proyecto y esta es la información que si se decidiera participar, pues es el tipo de información que se puede. Con esto habéis visto un vistazo general de qué tipo de mapas se están elaborando para EMODNet. ¿Alguna pregunta o algún comentario? Quizás mañana podamos seguir mejor la discusión, ¿no? Cuando vosotros presentéis los datos. Henry, do you want to add something?
Thank you, Teresa. Yes, if there are no comments or something that you want to ask, I hope that you got a broad view over EMODNet Geology and definitely I think, as Teresa said, I think we have a good chance to discuss a lot tomorrow. So if there are no more questions or comments here, I would like to thank very much everybody attending remotely and also here, obviously here also, and once again thank you to our hosts. But we will not we will not end now. This is just the end of the first day. So remember to be back. Those who are remotely, we will start at the same time at 1500 hours Central European time, 9 o'clock local time, and then we will give the chance to the very important people, the invited delegates from the Caribbean sea countries, and then I'm just eager to listen to what you can tell about your service. So from my side, if there's nothing else than this, I think we just... oh, did you want to say something? Okay, Martin?
Yeah, I was asking if the presentations for today will be available for us.
They should be, yes. We have to arrange the way that they will be. We will check it, and I will ask all the presenters to put them on our web service, and then we will. Teresa knows all the addresses where we have to send them, or whatever way is the best to distribute them. You will get them, yes, definitely, yes, definitely. And if you are able to have a presentation for tomorrow, that I mean a slideshow or something, that would be really great, but it's not necessary. You can also just have a speech, a presentation on your country's involvement in marine geology and these issues. So, yeah. I think, do you want to say something? Carolina?
Carolina de Guatemala. Muy interesante todo la exposición, el trabajo que han realizado, la recopilación, estandarizar y el trabajo que es laborioso. Lo platicamos un momento en el receso, pero sí me gustaría, aprovechando bien ahora la interpretación, es evidente que hay servicios geológicos europeos muy fortalecidos y hay otros países que quizás no tienen servicios geológicos. ¿Cómo canalizan la información? ¿Se logran los niveles de estandarizar que ustedes requieren para incluir todas las bases de datos? Y lo pregunto porque en mi caso, Guatemala, no tenemos servicio geológico. Ya pues mañana en la exposición que realizaré en la presentación, pues verán cómo pues, la información que tenemos, que quizás no es mucha, pero sí tenemos un poco de información. Me gustaría saber cómo ha sido la experiencia de ustedes, en este caso con los países que, repito, no tienen servicios geológicos en Europa.
Thank you. It's depending quite a lot on country. They are very differing. We have managed to get all the coastal countries except for one which has only 2 kilometers of coast. I don't remember the name of that country. Anyway, so yes, we have managed with that, but I think Anu might be the better person to answer on this with the data submission and yeah.
Well, mainly in regard of seabed substrates, we have some data that are not originating from the surveys. Actually, it's from like different studies, like from cable route studies. We have seabed substrate data sets that have been delivered, for instance, from Malta. So it's not necessarily the survey data itself, but the data that they have and they're able to distribute to us. Yes.
Yes, and then one fact is that there are some countries where there are actually not the geological survey as such, but they can be departments of a ministry or something like that. So it depends a little bit on country. So I think we have 25 geological surveys in our partnership. Yeah. Thank you for the question. I hope you got quite a good answer on that, but we can discuss that more, of course. So, but if I think we are close to 3 minutes left on this, so I think we will just. Oh, Edwin.
Sí, solo una información logística. Cuando terminemos, si quieren pueden dejar esto aquí, si le molesta andar. Y cuando terminemos, vamos a bajar y lo que bajen primero, por favor no esperan para acompañarlo a donde vamos a ir a almorzar, que vamos a ir caminando, utilizando los pies.
Okay, so we can leave our stuff here and just walk without laptops and so. Okay, but now I thank all remote participants. We are cutting off the sending here now, and thanks to all for today. And we will go for lunch, and we will meet again here tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye and
bye-bye.
have a good appetite. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome, Henry.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye.
Lo usamos para los edificios de toda vida. Es una proximidad para tener que afectar los edificios. Es una cosa necesita. Claro, pues ahí ya debe pero decía también que el técnico legal llega a la María donde afecta. Claro, pero se utiliza muchos edificios para que no pase barrera para evitar que pase ese edificio. Bueno, eso